Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Radhe Radhe Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
Radhe Radhe
Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama राम राम हरे हरे
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Jaya Radha Madan Gopal, Radha Madan Gopal, Radhe.
Radha Madan Gopal Radhe.
Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram.
Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram.
Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Jaya Gauranidai, 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 Jaya Gauranidai. Prabhupada, 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 Jai Jai Prabhupada. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol,
Hari Bol.
Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. जय श्री श्री राधा मदन गोपाल भगवान की, श्री कृष्ण जन्माष्टमी महामहोत्सव की, श्री श्री गौर निताय की, जगत गुरु श्रील प्रभुपाद की, युग धर्म हरिनाम संकीर्तन की, हिताय गौर प्रेमानंदे. थांबतोस का जाणारच आपण? जाणारच का थांबणारच? हा बाहेर म्हणजे गेटच्या बाहेर. CSR का नहीं, मेरे पास मिल रहा है. क्यों नहीं मिल रहा है? इधर होगा ना, आपका नहीं, मेरा तो है इधर. आप इधर CSR का बोल रहे हैं. हाँ, मतलब CSR का मतलब आप करना प्रेजेंटेशन आपका है ना. CSR का मत बोलो यार, लैपटॉप को मेरे बोला यार, कम से कम क्या मत करो तुम तो. हाँ, CSR का जब एक CSR जब आएगा तो एक लैपटॉप अपन ले लेंगे जब अपना CSR का. हरे कृष्णा. तो सभी भक्तों की प्रसन्नता के लिए हमारे इस्कॉन से राधा मदन गोपाल मंदिर के भक्त एक छोटी सी नाटिका प्रस्तुत करने जा रहे हैं. ये रुको, हरि बोल. एक मिनट. जो 4 नंबर ना,
हरे कृष्ण.
दो नंबर है और एक नंबर
हरे कृष्ण.
दो नंबर
चालू है ना? हरे कृष्ण चेक इको, हाँ ठीक है, इको बंद, फुल बंद। कैमरामैन अमित प्रभु रेडी? 2 मिनट। अरे आगे मेरा सागर आगे आए, वो ड्रामा कर रहे इधर, ड्रामा कर रहे, वो ड्रामा कर रहे। उधर माइक कौन से गया है? सैफरॉन वाला गया है। सैफरॉन मतलब ये कैसे एक लाइन
हरे कृष्ण। हरे कृष्ण। हरे कृष्णा। तो अब आपके सामने हम उपस्थित करने जा रहे हैं भक्ति की पाठशाला भाग 3 आफ्टर सेकेंड लॉकडाउन। अरे विशारद प्रभु कैसे? बढ़िया। कैसा गया सेकेंड लॉकडाउन? एकदम झंग।
हरे कृष्ण।
अरे उधर क्यों बैठा हूं ना, इधर बैठो। बंद है क्या? एकदम झैंग।
हरे कृष्ण।
क्या चल रहा है? और
ठीक है प्रभु,
एकदम बढ़िया, एकदम
बढ़िया एकदम।
हाँ।
हरे कृष्णा।
हरे कृष्ण।
हरी बात करो।
नया एडमिशन क्या? बैठो 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 बैठो।
काय म्हणता प्रभूजी मग? बाकी गावाकडे पाऊस पाणी तब्येत बिब्येत लॉकडाऊनमध्ये मग आता जपा गिपा कोणाला सोळा माळ करायला लावलं की नाही? हा?
प्रभुजी, I understand only English and Tamil.
काय गा रे?
अरे वो बोल रहे हैं कि उनको सिर्फ इंग्लिश और तमिल समझता है, उसके अलावा कोई भाषा समझ में नहीं आता।
आया।
क्या बोले?
मैं अभी जो कुछ भी बोला वो उनको कुछ समझ में नहीं आया।
नहीं नहीं, उनको कुछ समझ में नहीं आया।
मतलब इतने टाइम तक एयरटेल
अयो अन्ना, साउथ इंडियन, चेन्नई एक्सप्रेस। हरे कृष्णा, गोविंद गोविंद।
अरे बाकी सब लोग किधर है? बच्चा प्रभु नहीं दिख रहे?
हाँ वो, हाँ बच्चा प्रभु वो है ना, वो भक्ति शास्त्री ना सीरियसली कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा, भक्ति शास्त्री सीरियसली कर रहे हैं, ओके ओके ओके।
आपका भी चल रहा था ना वो भक्ति शास्त्री?
वो जान दो, टॉपिक चेंज करो। हाँ, अपने वैसे युगल नाम प्रभु किधर है, दिख नहीं रहे अब कब से?
अरे अभी उनका शादी हो गया ना, तो आप जल्दी एक्सपेक्ट कैसे कर सकते हो?
हाँ, अभी शादी हो गया तो अभी क्या माया में गिर गए, माया में गिर गए।
फॉल डाउन
फॉल डाउन हो गया,
आएंगे अभी थोड़ी देर।
आएंगे।
हरे कृष्णा।
आगे आगे आगे
फॉलो हो गया, फॉलो हो गया।
हरे कृष्णा। हरे कृष्णा।
हरे कृष्णा प्रभु।
हरे कृष्णा प्रभु, हरे कृष्णा।
हरे कृष्णा।
हरे कृष्णा। और फिर क्या बात है, आज आप लेट हो गए?
अरे ब्रो, वर्क फ्रॉम होम चल रहा है ना अभी।
वर्क फ्रॉम होम? आपका तो कुछ बिजनेस है ना?
अरे मेरा बिजनेस है, लेकिन वाइफ का वर्क फ्रॉम होम चल रहा है।
हाँ, तो वाइफ का वर्क फ्रॉम होम है, तो आप कैसे क्या लेट हो गए?
अरे वो सब घर का सब काम मुझे ही करना पड़ता है ना, सफाई भी, शॉपिंग भी। और
अरे
बोला तो मैं आपको, सब यही
चोरू के गुलाम हो गए।
अरे भाविन प्रभु, गृहस्थ आश्रम में एक दूसरे को पूरक होना चाहिए, पति पत्नी को, और एक दूसरे को सहयोग करना चाहिए, इसलिए उनका मजाक मत उड़ाइए आप।
समझे?
बराबर बोल रहे हो। थैंक यू ब्रो।
अरे
देखो, उनका बोलने का मतलब क्या पता है क्या? हस्बैंड वाइफ ना ऐसा बैट्समैन और बॉलर जैसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि बाइक को बाउंसर भाग रही है और बेचारा हस्बैंड ऐसा डक कर रहा है। दोनों को ऐसा बैट्समैन जैसा होना चाहिए, एक स्ट्राइक लेता है तो दूसरा नॉन स्ट्राइकर पे उसको सपोर्ट करता है, बरोबर ना?
बराबर बराबर।
हरे कृष्णा।
हरे कृष्णा।
हरे कृष्णा।
हरे कृष्णा। हरे कृष्णा।
आप भी न्यू एडमिशन क्या?
हाँ हाँ।
बकरा मिल गया।
वाड़ा यूनिवर्सिटी, वाड़ा यूनिवर्सिटी।
कुछ भी।
मेरा नाम निमेश है।
प्रभु जी,
अच्छा, निमेश है क्या? अच्छा अच्छा। अभी ना, अभी अपन क्या करते
प्रभु जी आप मुझे बताओ, आप 16 माला करते हो क्या?
16 माला? हाँ, मैं करता हूँ।
आप जपा करते 16 माला? आप 16 माला करते हैं क्या? आपको पता है हम 64 माला करते हैं।
64?
4 दिन में।
ओह 4 दिन में? ओके ओके, तो सेम ही हुआ।
हाँ, पर आप मुझे बताओ, आप 16 माला कितने घंटों में करते हो?
मुझे 2 घंटे लगते हैं
हाँ,
करने के लिए।
तो हम 3 बार 16 माला करते हैं।
ओह ओके।
तो
ब्रो, आपने कभी बैकअप किया है क्या मंदिर में?
बैकअप? हाँ, बैकअप सेवा टेम्पल में
कौन
किया
सा
है।
सेवा करते हैं आप मंदिर में?
मैं राजभोग कर चुका हूँ, मंगल भोग कर चुका हूँ।
अच्छा, मंगल भोग कर चुके हैं और अभी 10 बज चुके हैं।
हाँ।
तो ब्रो, आपने कभी प्रसाद वसाद चुरा है क्या?
नहीं नहीं नहीं, अभी तक तो नहीं कोई
मतलब
ऐसा।
ट्रेन नहीं हुए अभी तक वो।
अभी देखो कैसा है, हमारी पाठशाला का एक रूल है,
ओके।
कोई भी जब नया विद्यार्थी आता है ना,
हाँ।
तो उसको सबके लिए बैकअप रूम से प्रसाद लाना पड़ता है।
प्रसाद चुराना पड़ेगा आपको।
ओ कृष्णा।
अभी देखो, मंगल भोग का टाइम है, मतलब उधर एक कोल्ला रहेगा,
बराबर।
वो कोल्ले से बच के आपको प्रसाद चुरा के लाने का है,
ओ माय गॉड।
नहीं तो वो कोल्ला ही खत्म कर देगा।
अच्छा, तो उसके सिवा एंट्री नहीं है मुझे?
नहीं नहीं नहीं,
किसी ने कुछ पूछा
हे
ना तो
भगवान,
सीनियर
हे
डिवोटी का
कृष्णा।
नाम बता देना।
बस प्रसाद यहाँ पे ला रहे, वो किसी को पता नहीं चल
और
रहा।
हमारा नाम मत बताना कि हमने
विशेष
मंगाया
प्रभु का
करके।
नाम बोल दो।
और किसी ने पूछा तो?
विशेष प्रभु का नाम बोलो।
विशेष प्रभु का नाम
विशेष प्रभु, काफी विशेष लग रहे हैं।
सीनियर डिवोटी विशेष प्रभु ने बोला है।
ओके ओके, ठीक है, मैं प्रयास करता हूँ। कोई सीसीटीवी कैमरा तो नहीं है ना बैकअप में?
नहीं नहीं नहीं, जाओ बिंदास जाओ।
ओके ठीक है, फिर मैं लेके आता हूँ महाप्रसाद। ओके।
पता नहीं चलना चाहिए किसको।
नहीं।
अच्छा, बकरा मिला आज, मस्त
अरे ये
महाप्रसाद।
मोबाइल वाइब्रेशन पे क्या है?
महाप्रसाद खाने को मिलेगा आगे। किसका फोन है रे?
अरे अपना नदे गुरु का फोन है।
हाँ, वो आए नहीं
उठा
ना
उठा
अभी
उठा उठा।
हाँ, हरे कृष्णा भाविन प्रभु।
हाँ, हरे कृष्ण प्रभु जी।
हरे कृष्णा प्रभु जी।
स्पीकर पे डालता हूँ। हरे कृष्ण प्रभु जी, दंडवत प्रणाम।
तक। दंडवत प्रणाम प्रभु जी, युगल नाम प्रभु प्रभु। हरे कृष्ण।
हाँ, दंडवत प्रणाम युगल नाम प्रभु भाविन प्रभु। अरे सॉरी, मैं बताना भूल गया, वो आज मैं अपना भक्ति की पाठशाला में आ नहीं पाऊंगा। वो मेरा एक अर्जेंट इसी मीटिंग आ गया है।
रोज जाए क्या फिर घर पे?
क्लास कैंसिल?
हाँ नहीं नहीं, क्लास कैंसिल नहीं, एक प्रभु जी आए निमेश प्रभु करके, वो आज आपकी भक्ति की पाठशाला लेंगे।
अच्छा, वो स्टूडेंट नहीं है?
नहीं नहीं नहीं, वो आपकी आज भक्ति की पाठशाला लेंगे।
अरे प्रभु जी, ठीक है।
ये
वो
थोड़ा ठीक है।
गड़बड़ हो- चलेगा
थोड़ा
प्रभु जी,
गड़बड़ी
हम
हो
चलेगा
लोग-
प्रभु जी।
हम लोग करेंगे कोऑपरेट।
हाँ, आप लोग कोऑपरेट करो, ठीक है।
हाँ हाँ, चलेगा प्रभु जी।
बस थोड़ा पहले बताना चाहिए था प्रभु जी।
ओके, चलेगा प्रभु। रखू प्रभु।
हाँ हाँ, ओके।
हाँ प्रभु, दंडवत प्रभु।
हाँ, हरे
हरे कृष्णा प्रभु जी।
अरे वो निमेश प्रभु, हम लोग
वो
स्टूडेंट
कुछ तो भी वो सार भक्ति सार
हरे कृष्णा।
इतना बोलता है क्या कोई? 16
अरे तो महाप्रसाद। अरे 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 अरे, अब ये क्या कर रहे हैं? अरे
Sorry,
ये क्या कर रहे
प्रभु।
हैं आप? अरे आप ये क्या कर रहे हैं? क्या हुआ? मैं महाप्रसाद लेके आया,
अभी ठीक है, अभी लाया तो रहने दो।
आपको अचानक से क्या हो
इधर
गया?
बैठो यार, इधर बैठो। मजाक मजाक में ज्यादा बोल गए हम लोग। आप प्लीज इधर बैठिए।
अरे अरे ठीक है, बस बस यार, इतना भी मत। क्लीन करो।
ओ कुछ लो।
हरे कृष्णा। क्या हुआ अचानक से आपको, बहुत एकदम अचानक चेंज हो गए सब, मेरे पैर पड़ने लगे, ये करने लगे, क्यों?
वो नदिया कुमार का फोन आ गया ना।
अच्छा, नदिया कुमार जी का फोन आया था आपको?
हाँ
ओके
सॉरी
ओके।
ब्रो, हमको पता नहीं था आप वाड़ा से विद्यापीठ से। सॉरी
अच्छा ओके, तो आपको पता चल गया अभी?
अब उन्होंने बताया कि आप विद्यापीठ से पास आउट होके आए हो, तो फिर
ना, टॉपर है करके उधर।
ओके ओके ओके, ठीक है, अच्छी बात है। तो ठीक है, अभी आपको पता चला है कि मैं वाड़ा से आया हूँ, और जैसे कि हमारे नादिया कुमार प्रभु है, वो आज बिजी होने के कारण उन्होंने मुझे रिक्वेस्ट किया है आज आपकी भक्ति की पाठशाला में आपको पाठ पढ़ाने के लिए। ठीक है, तो आप सब रेडी हो? ओके, तो प्लीज़ कृपया करके आप आपके चेयर्स थोड़े से इस तरह से कर लीजिए ताकि मैं सबको आराम से देख सकूं। ओके, तो मुझे एक चीज़ बताइए आप, अभी तो फिलहाल लॉकडाउन चल रहा है, बराबर? एक फर्स्ट लॉकडाउन हो गया, सेकंड लॉकडाउन हो गया, बराबर? तो आप सब लोग फ्री थे, घर पे होगे, कोई बेस में रहा होगा, बराबर? तो इतने फ्री समय में आपने क्या क्या किया? आपने कुछ किताबें पढ़ी या कुछ अलग चीज़ें की वगैरह? तो आप मुझे बताइए, जैसे कि आपका नाम क्या प्रभु?
तारक हरि नाम।
तारक हरिना प्रभु, आप बताइए आपने क्या किया लॉकडाउन में?
देखो मैंने ना प्रभु जी, पहले लॉकडाउन में झाड़ू पोछा घर का जो काम है वो सीखा। दूसरे लॉकडाउन में ना सब्जी चपाती वो सीखा। अभी जो थर्ड लॉकडाउन आएगा ना, तो उसमें अचार पापड़ वगैरह वो पूरा सीख लूंगा, मतलब किचन का पूरा कोर्स हो जाएगा।
ओके, अच्छी बात है।
5वें लॉकडाउन तक वो बैक होम बैक टू गॉड चला जाएगा।
हरे कृष्णा। अच्छी बात है। और प्रभु जी आपने?
प्रभु जी मैंने ना लॉकडाउन में ऐसा मृदुंग बजाया, मेरे को लोगों के फोन आने लगे कि बस कर बस कर बस कर। फिर क्या, मैंने बस कर मृदुंग बजाया।
हरे कृष्णा। तो अभी आप बैठे रहो, आप मृदंग मत बजाओ। ओके, तो ठीक है। आप प्रभु जी आपने क्या किया?
मैंने वैसा ज़्यादा तो कुछ किया नहीं, लेकिन भरपेट वजन तो बढ़ा लिया आपने।
ओके, वजन बढ़ाया आपने लॉकडाउन में। ओके ओके, गुड, अच्छी बात है। यस, यू प्रभु, यू आर न्यू आई थिंक सो। ओके,
Yes, Prabhuji. I know only English and Tamil.
oh, you know only Tamil and English, but I know only English but no Tamil.
No problem.
Hindi, okay. So just let me know what you did.
So I am new to this ISKCON. So I explored about ISKCON and I read some Prabhupada books.
Okay, you have read. So you are just new, beginner,
Yes,
but you have read some of the books of Prabhupada.
Yes,
Okay, good, nice. And yourself, Prabhu? Sorry, you say Prabhu, what you did?
प्रभु जी मैंने ना लॉकडाउन के अंदर, सेकंड लॉकडाउन में,
हाँ,
मैंने हर्षद मेहता का पूरा सीरीज देख डाला प्रभु जी। तो अभी मैंने प्लान किया है, मैं भी ऐसा स्टॉक बेच के खरीद के अगला बिग बुल मैं ही बनेगा अभी।
सही में?
एकदम परफेक्ट।
अच्छा ठीक है, मैं तुम्हें एक पते की बात बताता हूँ।
हाँ,
वो क्या है, अभी हम लोग है ना इस्कॉन में, बराबर?
हाँ बराबर।
तो हम भक्ति कर रहे हैं।
हाँ
तो ये जो शेयर मार्केट्स होते हैं,
हाँ हाँ हाँ
जो हम सट्टा लगाते हैं,
हाँ हाँ हाँ।
ये एक्चुअली 4 रेगुलेटिव प्रिंसिपल में आता है, जो कि हमें नहीं करना चाहिए।
क्या बात कर रहे हैं?
सही मैं बता रहा हूँ, इसलिए मैं साथ में भगवत गीता लेके आया हूँ और आपको मैं पाठशाला में कुछ चीज़ें बताऊंगा। तो समझे? आपका नाम क्या है वैसे?
भाविन।
भाविन प्रभु, ओके। सो नेक्स्ट टाइम याद रखना, हमें सट्टा नहीं लगाना है, हमें भक्ति में सट्टा लगाना है।
बराबर।
आई मीन भक्तों का संग लेके। ओके, आप प्रभु जी आप बताइए। मैंने सुना आपके बारे में काफ़ी, आपका विवाह हुआ है और घर बैठे आप क्या कर रहे थे, मतलब आपकी हेल्थ वगैरह देख के आपको लग रहा है काफ़ी मेंटेन है आपकी बॉडी। सो ये रहस्य क्या है आप गृहस्थ लाइफ में घुस के इस चीज़ का?
प्रभु जी क्या बताया आपको, जिंदगी में गम है, गम में मजा है और मजे में हम हैं प्रभु।
ओके।
तो वैसे तो मेंटेन हूँ प्रभु जी, क्योंकि ना मेरे घर पे ना प्रभु जी कुछ भी प्रसाद वगैरह बनता है ना तो मैं भरपेट खाता हूँ, लेकिन मेरा सेहत है ना वैसे का वैसे। क्यों पता है क्या प्रभु जी? इसके पीछे ना एक राज है प्रभु जी।
Okay,
मैं प्रायश्चित्त करता हूँ उसके तुरंत बाद।
अच्छा, कौन सा प्रायश्चित्त करते, मुझे भी बताओ जरा। देखो मेरा भी फिगर मेरे को मेंटेन
हम भी
करना
हर
है।
जगह से फैल रहे हैं।
हमारे घर पे ना प्रभु जीरू भाई खंबानी है।
क्या?
जीरू भाई खंबानी।
जीरू भाई?
हाँ,
ये क्या
जीरू भाई
चीज़?
खंबानी अगर
ओके,
रखेंगे ना तो आपका भी सेहत मेंटेन रहेगा प्रभु जी।
ओके ओके, ठीक है, मुझे भी बता देना जीरू भाई कहाँ मिलता है, मैं भी ट्राई करूँगा, मुझे मेरी बॉडी मेंटेन करनी है। ओके चलो, अच्छी बात है, गुड। तो चलो, सबने कुछ ना कुछ तो भी एक्टिविटी की है लॉकडाउन में, बराबर? तो अब अभी आप काफ़ी समय से भक्ति में हो, बराबर?
हाँ बराबर।
तो नादिया कुमार प्रभु जो आपके काउंसलर हैं, उन्होंने आपके काफ़ी सारे क्लासेस लिए होंगे, बराबर? कुछ आपको पढ़ाया वगैरह होगा। तो मैं आपका टेस्ट लेना चाहता हूँ। मैं कुछ प्रश्न पूछूंगा आपको और मैं चाहता हूँ कि आप उसका जवाब दो। ओके? तो पहला प्रश्न मैं पूछता हूँ कि भगवान जो है, भगवान श्री कृष्ण, भगवान के 6 ऑपुलेंस कौन से है ये आप मुझे बताइए।
कितना आसान है प्रभु जी, कितना
बताइए,
आसान है, बता
बताइए।
युगल बता कितना आसान है, बता।
अरे बहुत आसान है प्रभु, देखो।
हाँ बताइए।
प्रभु बताओ।
अरे कोई तो बताओ यार।
6 ऑपुलेंस ना?
हाँ 6 ऑपुलेंस।
अच्छा बताता हूँ ना मैं, देखो कैसे अपना एक कॉन्वेक्स लेंस होता है, फिर एक कॉनकेव लेंस होता है, वैसे अपना ऑपुलेंस। ऑपुलेंस
ये क्या है? अरे मैं भगवान के 6 ऐश्वर्य के बारे में पूछ रहा हूँ आपको, ये क्या बता रहे हो मुझे कॉन्वेक्स कॉनकेव लेंस? ये साइंस में कहाँ घुस रहे हो आप?
अच्छा वो क्या?
हाँ मैं शास्त्र के इसमें के 6 ऑपुलेंस बता रहा हूँ।
अच्छा वो, हाँ वो नहीं पता।
वो नहीं
इसको
पता।
पता है ना?
अच्छा आपको?
नहीं वैसे तो मैंने ऑपुलेंस नहीं, एम्बुलेंस सुना था, ऑपुलेंस पहली बार सुना है आज।
हाँ बराबर, आप तो बराबर। एम्बुलेंस तो जरूर सुना होगा क्योंकि लॉकडाउन में बस हमें वही सुनाई दे रहा था। ओके ओके ओके, तो किसी को पता नहीं? ओके तो ठीक है, मैं आपको बताता हूँ। आप भगवान के 6 ऑपुलेंस, 6 जो ऐश्वर्य भगवान के, वो कौन से हैं? तो जो पहला ऐश्वर्य है, फर्स्ट ऑपुलेंस जो भगवान का है, दैट ही इज ऑल नॉलेजेबल। ओके, तो ये सब आप याद रखो, मैं आपको पूछूंगा कभी फ्यूचर में, ठीक है? तो पहला क्या है? ही इज ऑल नॉलेजेबल। सेकेंड, ही इज ऑल फेमस। थर्ड, ही इज द रिचेस्ट। फोर्थ, ही इज मोस्ट रिनाउंस पर्सन। ओके, फिफ्थ, he is the most beautiful person, and sixth, he is the most strongest person. Okay, तो पता चला आपको भगवान के 6 ऐश्वर्य कौन से? तो याद रखो इसे ठीक से, और ये कुछ भी जवाब मत देते जो एम्बुलेंस, कॉनकेव, कॉन्वेक्स। ओके
ओके ओके
ओके ओके ठीक है। चलो पहला प्रश्न तो हो गया, दूसरा ट्राई करते देखते आपको आता है या नहीं। सो दूसरा प्रश्न ये है कि धर्म और अधर्म, इसका अर्थ क्या है? धर्म की व्याख्या क्या है और अधर्म किसे कहते हैं? कौन बताएगा मुझे?
प्रभु जी मैं बताऊंगा।
अरे बिल्कुल, आप
प्रभु
तो
जी,
बताइए।
ये जो प्रश्न है ना मेरे हृदय से निकला है।
अरे बाप रे।
तो इसका आंसर ऐसा है,
हाँ?
भुलाकर गीता का ज्ञान, भुलाकर गीता का ज्ञान मानवता सदा हारी है, भुलाकर गीता का ज्ञान मानवता सदा हारी है, इसलिए संसार में महायुद्ध, महामारी, कोरोना जैसी बीमारी है।
हरे कृष्ण।
वाह वाह वाह, क्या बात, क्या बात।
लगता आप व्हाट्सएप, इंस्टाग्राम ज्यादा चलाते हो।
बराबर प्रभु जी बोले।
क्योंकि रिसेंटली कुछ दिन पहले किसी ने ये स्टेटस पे डाला था और मैंने वो देखा था बाय मिस्टेक से। तो मैं शास्त्र के हिसाब से चाहता हूँ जवाब, तो कोई है मुझे कोई बता पाएगा धर्म का अर्थ क्या है, अधर्म का अर्थ क्या है? प्रभु जी, यू हैव एनी आइडिया दैट व्हाट इज मीनिंग ऑफ धर्म एंड अधर्म?
Yes, Prabhuji. I have read in Srila Prabhupada book that dharma means like anything which leads to the devotional service to the Lord is called dharma, and anything which does not lead to devotional service to Lord is called adharma.
ओके वेरी गुड, तालियां बजाएं इनके लिए।
हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल।
तो आपको समझा क्या? वो तो इन्होंने इंग्लिश में बोला।
भावना पोच ले।
अरे भाई, अरे हरि नाम, आपका नाम हरि नाम कैसे? तो भावना नहीं पहुंचाने हमें उसका अर्थ जानना है। तो ठीक है, मैं आपको ट्रांसलेट करके बताता हूँ। तो जो धर्म जो है उसका अर्थ ये है कि जो चीज़ हमें भगवान श्री कृष्ण के करीब लेके जाती है, जो हमें हमारे भक्ति में हमें प्रगति कराती है, वो चीज़ धर्म है। और अधर्म वो है जो हमें कृष्णा से हमें दूर लेके जाते हैं। वो भले कोई भी ऑब्जेक्ट हो, चाहे वो रीडिंग हो, व्हाटएवर जो भी हो, जो हमें कृष्णा से दूर लेके जाते हैं वो अधर्म है।
बराबर है प्रभु जी।
समझे? तो आपने वो जो कविता कुछ सुनाई, वो डेफिनेशन नहीं है धर्म और अधर्म की, ठीक है?
ये याद रखूंगा मैं अभी।
बिल्कुल याद रखो। आपका शुभ नाम प्रभु जी?
महेंद्र महेंद्र
महेंद्र प्रभु। ओके ठीक है,
बाहुबली।
गुड गुड गुड, अच्छी बात है।
ज्यादा पढ़ कर रहे हैं, बहुत पूछ रहे हैं अपने को, है
अपन
ना?
भी सवाल फेंक के मारते जरा,
अरे,
अपन भी इनका टेस्ट लेते।
देखते ना अभी विद्यापीठ से क्या क्या पढ़ते
हाँ
हैं। प्रभु जी,
हाँ प्रभु जी।
मैं क्या बोल रहा था,
ओके।
हमको भी कुछ सवाल है प्रभु जी, हम लोग भी
अच्छा,
पूछ सकते हैं क्या आपको?
बिल्कुल पूछ सकते, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं।
पूछ सकते हैं
हाँ,
ना?
मैं प्रयास करूंगा
हमारा
आपको
को-
जवाब देने के लिए।
हाँ तो प्रभु जी आप मुझे बताओ,
ओके
शिव जी का काम है डिस्ट्रॉय करना,
ओके,
ब्रह्मा जी का डिपार्टमेंट है क्रिएशन करना,
क्रिएशन का
और
ओके
विष्णु जी
बराबर,
का काम क्या है? मेंटेनेंस करना।
मेंटेनेंस का
अभी जो
बराबर।
विष्णु जी है वो तो बाकी के डिपार्टमेंट भी संभाल सकते हैं ना, फिर ये क्यों नहीं लिया, मेंटेनेंस से क्यों लिया?
विष्णु भगवान ने,
हाँ।
ओके। तो प्रभु जी का प्रश्न है, हरिनाम प्रभु जी का, कि भगवान शिव जो है वो डिस्ट्रक्शन का काम करते हैं, और ब्रह्मा जी है वो क्रिएशन का, और जो विष्णु भगवान है वो मेंटेनेंस का करते हैं। तो भगवान विष्णु दोनों क्यों नहीं हैंडल कर सकते अकेले? हालांकि वो कर सकते हैं। तो देखिए, आपको इस प्रश्न के उत्तर के लिए मैं आपको एक एग्जाम्पल दूंगा, लॉजिक। तो देखिए, समझे कि एक बहुत ही धनवान व्यक्ति है, बहुत ही पैसे वाला है, ओके, अंबानी जैसा, ओके, और उसको समझो अपने मंदिर के पास एक बहुत बड़ा बंगला बनना है, ठीक है? तो वो स्वयं बांधेगा क्या बंगला? वो क्या करेगा? किसी और से बनवाएगा, बराबर? यदि समझो उस व्यक्ति को वो बंगला वो तोड़ना है, ठीक है, तो वो स्वयं तोड़ेगा वो बंगला? वो किसी और से कहेगा, बराबर, बंगला तोड़ने के लिए। तो ऐसे कंस्ट्रक्ट के लिए वो किसी और को एंगेज कर रहा है, डिस्ट्रक्ट करने के लिए किसी और को एंगेज कर रहा है। हालांकि वो खुद कर सकता है, लेकिन वो धनवान है, ही हैड ऑल पावर, करेक्ट? लेकिन मेंटेनेंस जो है वो स्वयं करता है। वो जो घर मालक है उसका घर का जो जितना भी मेंटेनेंस है वो खुद करता है, बराबर? तो उसी प्रकार भगवान जो है वास्तव में वो हर चीज कर सकते हैं, लेकिन उन्होंने उनके जो भक्त है उनको भी उन्होंने सेवा में एंगेज किया है। तो इसलिए ब्रह्मा जी को उन्होंने क्रिएशन में व्यस्त किया है, एंगेज किया है, और अपने शिव जी है उनको डिस्ट्रक्शन में, और वो खुद मेंटेनेंस का ये करते। तो समझे आप? इस प्रकार, ओके। और कोई प्रश्न है किसी को?
प्रभु जी मेरा भी है।
ओके।
देखो प्रभु जी कि भगवान ने अर्जुन को गीता बताई, बराबर, और वो कुरुक्षेत्र में बताई।
कुरुक्षेत्र में बताई, बराबर।
तो जो भी हरिनाम लेता है प्रभु जी वो शुद्ध भक्त तो बनता ही है।
हाँ, आप हरिनाम ठीक से लोगे तो शुद्ध भक्त के स्तर पर आप पहुंच पाओगे।
हाँ, तो भगवान ने डायरेक्टली अर्जुन को गीता बताई। हरिनाम तो मैं भी लेता हूँ प्रभु जी, और मैं भी कभी ना कभी तो बनूंगा ही शायद से। तो मेरे को ऐसा बोलना है प्रभु जी, भगवान मेरे को क्यों नहीं आके बताते फिर गीता?
भगवान आपको डायरेक्टली आके क्यों नहीं बताते?
हाँ, मतलब अभी करता हूँ ना प्रभु 16 माला रोज।
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, ओ ठीक है।
कभी तो भी पर्सनली नहीं तो एटलीस्ट सपने में तो भी आके एक आध बार 40 मिनट का तो गीता होता है मेरा, 10 घंटे का नींद होता है।
थोड़ा सा पेप टॉक तो भी दे दे कम से कम।
हाँ, ऐसा डायरेक्टली क्यों नहीं करते प्रभु जी?
अच्छा अच्छा, ओके ओके, ठीक है। तो हमारे ये जो प्रभु जी है, आपका नाम प्रभु जी?
युगल नाम दास।
युगल नाम प्रभु। तो इनका प्रश्न है कि भगवान ने अर्जुन को जिस प्रकार पर्सनली भगवत गीता बताई, तो उसी प्रकार मैं भी भक्ति कर रहा हूँ, मेरे जीवन में 16 माला कर रहा हूँ, मंगल आरती को रोज आ रहा हूँ, ये सब कर रहा हूँ भक्ति। तो कृष्ण मुझे पर्सनली क्यों नहीं मैसेज दे रहे? अगर पर्सनली बताए तो हमें ज़्यादा वो इफेक्टिव लगता है, बराबर? तो देखिए, आपको मैं एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ इसके लिए भी, ताकि आपको वो समझ पाए। आपके घर में बिजली है? इलेक्ट्रिसिटी?
हाँ हाँ।
ओके। क्या वो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी से आपका फैन चलता है?
हाँ प्रभु जी,
लाइट चलती है?
हाँ।
ओके, वेरी गुड। तो आपके घर में जो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी है वो कहाँ से आती है?
वो तो सब स्टेशन से आती है प्रभु जी।
सब स्टेशन से, बराबर। लेकिन सब स्टेशन में इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कहाँ से आती है?
वो तो पावर प्लांट से आती होगी प्रभु जी।
मेन पावर प्लांट। नासिक में शायद एक है पावर प्लांट, बराबर।
हाँ,
एक लेरा का
है।
थर्मल पावर स्टेशन है, बराबर, वहां से आती है। तो मुझे बताओ, वो जो थर्मल पावर स्टेशन है जहां पे इलेक्ट्रिसिटी प्रोड्यूस होती है, वहां से डायरेक्ट वायर के कनेक्शन आपके घर में क्यों नहीं दिए?
प्रभु वो फट जाएगा ना सब।
हाँ,
सब फट जाएगा ना।
सब फट जाएगा।
बम स्फोट,
बम स्फोट, बराबर। आपके घर के जो अप्लायंसेस है वो इतना हाई वोल्टेज को ग्रहण नहीं कर पाएंगे, बराबर। इसलिए ये सब स्टेशन रहते हैं सिटी में, जहाँ पे वो वोल्टेज को कम करके जितना रिक्वायरमेंट है एक घर के लिए उतना सप्लाई ही वो देते हैं, ताकि वो घर उस करंट को बर्दाश्त कर सके, टॉलरेट कर सके। तो उसी प्रकार भगवान जब ज्ञान देते हैं, बराबर, और जो भगवान का ये जो ज्ञान है वो बहुत ही दिव्य है। और हम जो कलयुग के बद्ध जीव है, बराबर, हम कलयुग के बद्ध जीव है, हम ये भगवान का जो दिव्य ज्ञान है ये हम इजीली नहीं समझ पाएंगे, बराबर। इसलिए भगवान ने क्या किया, एक सिस्टम बनाया। और वो सिस्टम ऐसा है कि अगर वो सिस्टम से अगर आप नॉलेज को ग्रहण करोगे तो वो नॉलेज आपको इजीली समझ में आएगा। जैसे कि वो सब स्टेशन से इलेक्ट्रिसिटी जब आती है तब आपके घर के अप्लायंसेस इजीली चलते हैं, बराबर। तो उसी प्रकार भगवान ने भी ये सिस्टम बनाया है। बीच में ना इसे सब स्टेशन दिए। तो वो सब स्टेशन क्या है? गुरु परंपरा, बराबर।
बराबर बराबर।
गुरु परंपरा मतलब क्या? भगवान श्री कृष्ण ने ये दिव्य ज्ञान सबसे पहले ब्रह्मा जी को दिया। ब्रह्मा जी ने, ये ब्रह्मा जी एक सब स्टेशन हुआ, फिर ब्रह्मा जी ने दूसरे सब स्टेशन को दिया। कौन सा? नारद जी,
नारद नारद हाँ।
नारद मुनि ने फिर व्यास जी को दिया, व्यास जी ने सुखदेव गोस्वामी को दिया, और सुखदेव गोस्वामी ने इधर अपने परीक्षित महाराज को दिया। तो ये जो दिव्य ज्ञान है ये गुरु परंपरा एक डिसिप्लिन सक्सेशन से नीचे आ रहा है, ताकि ये नॉलेज है हम इसे ग्रहण कर सके। बराबर, आप डायरेक्टली भगवत गीता को नहीं समझ पाओगे। बराबर, जैसे कि आप आपका क्वालिफिकेशन क्या है?
इंजीनियरिंग हुआ।
इंजीनियर, कौन से इंजीनियर हुए?
मैकेनिकल।
मैकेनिकल। तो आप मुझे बताओ, आप मैकेनिकल इंजीनियर घर बैठे हो किताब पढ़ के?
नहीं प्रभु जी, कॉलेज गया था।
कॉलेज गया, कॉलेज गए तो आपको वहाँ पे टीचर ने पढ़ाया?
यस प्रभु जी।
तो देखिए, एक सामान्य भौतिक ज्ञान प्राप्त करने के लिए आपको किसी शिक्षक की आवश्यकता पड़ती है। तो उसी प्रकार भगवत गीता जैसे दिव्य ग्रंथ को पढ़ने के लिए, समझने के लिए भी किसी शिक्षक की आवश्यकता होगी। बराबर, तो इसलिए हमें ये जो ज्ञान है ये गुरु के माध्यम से ग्रहण करना चाहिए, ताकि वो हम ज्ञान अच्छे से और सही तरीके से समझ सके। नहीं तो फिर क्या होगा, हम हमारा खुद का मन का सोच लगाकर कुछ भी डेफिनेशन देंगे। जैसे प्रभु जी ने धर्म और धर्म की व्याख्या स्टेटस पढ़कर बताई। बराबर, तो मन से करोगे तो आपका डेफिनेशन गलत हो जाएगा। इसलिए एक ऑथराइज मीडियम होना चाहिए नॉलेज के लिए। ओके, समझ गए आप?
थैंक यू।
ओके, और किसी को कोई प्रश्न पूछना है?
प्रभु जी मैं पूछूं एक?
हाँ, आप पूछे।
तो मुझे ऐसा पूछना है प्रभु जी कि जैसे अभी ये जो नए प्रभु जी आए हमारे, वो साउथ इंडिया से है, बराबर, उसके बाद हरिनाम प्रभु इधर खानदेश में से, ये प्रभु जी गुजरात में से, अपने नादिया कुमार प्रभु जी एमपी में से। तो मुझे ऐसा पूछना है कि इतने सारे अलग अलग जगह के लोग जो है वो एक साथ यहाँ पे रह रहे हैं और एक साथ कैसे भक्ति कर रहे हैं? अलग अलग प्रांतों के लोग हैं सब, वो एक साथ रह के भक्ति कर रहे हैं, ऐसा कैसे होगा?
अच्छा, ओके। तो मैं आपके प्रश्न को थोड़ा और सिंपल करता हूँ ताकि समझ सके।
हाँ,
कि तो आपका कहने का मतलब है कि सब अलग अलग जगह से आए, सब अलग अलग बैकग्राउंड है, अलग अलग नेचर है, अलग अलग एजुकेशन आपका फील्ड है, और सब अलग अलग जगह से आते हुए भी आप यहाँ पे रहकर भक्ति किस तरह से कर पा रहे हो। ओके, तो देखिए उसके पीछे का रीज़न ये है कि आपको मैं एक उदाहरण देता हूँ, ये भी चीज़ आपको उदाहरण से इजीली समझ में आएगा। कि जैसे कि कोई लकड़ी होती है, बराबर, लकड़ी का स्वभाव क्या है? जब आप उसको अग्नि से जलाते हो, माचिस से, तो वो जलेगी। तो उसके अंदर अग्नि का गुणधर्म होता है लकड़ी के अंदर। बराबर, तो समझो आपने किसी आम के पेड़ की लकड़ी ली, बराबर, और फिर कोई नीम के पेड़ की लकड़ी ली, या फिर कोई अन्य दूसरा वृक्ष होगा उसकी आपने लकड़ी ली। तो लकड़ी सब अलग अलग पेड़ों से है, लेकिन उसका गुणधर्म क्या है? उसका नेचर क्या है? जलना। जल के वो अपने को क्या देती है? लाइट और हीट। बराबर, लाइट और हीट देती है। भले वो लकड़ी अलग अलग हो, लेकिन चीज हमें सब एक ही मिल रही है उसमें से। बराबर, तो उसी प्रकार हम भी भले अलग अलग शरीर हो, अलग अलग जगह से आए हो, ये हमारा शरीर अलग है, लेकिन हमारा जो गुणधर्म है, जो नेचुरल स्वभाव है हमारा, वो है भगवान की भक्ति करना। ये हर एक के हृदय में स्थित है। और जैसे कि भगवान जो है ये सच्चिदानंद है, उसी प्रकार हम भी जो जीवात्मा है, आत्मा, ये भी हम सच्चिदानंद ही है। बराबर, और जब हम भक्तों के संग में आके जब भक्ति करते हैं, तब हमें इजीली हम सब, फिर हमारे बीच में कोई भेदभाव या फिर कोई झगड़ा वगैरह नहीं होता है, इसलिए हम भक्ति कर पाते साथ में। ओके, नेक्स्ट।
तो इससे मेरा एक कनेक्टिंग क्वेश्चन है कि जैसे आपने बताया कि आत्मा का सबका गुणधर्म एक होता है, ठीक है, तो भगवान तो फिर सबके हृदय में है, ठीक है, तो भगवान सबके हृदय में है, तो फिर वो अभक्त के हृदय में भी है, वो नास्तिक के हृदय में भी है, और जो आतंकवादी है, तालिबानी, उनके हृदय में भी है। तो फिर ऐसा दुनिया में राड़ा क्यों मचता है? फिर वो लोग क्यों भक्ति नहीं करते?
ओके, तो प्रभु जी का, हमारे भाविन प्रभु, उनका प्रश्न है कि भगवान तो सबके हृदय में, बराबर, आपके हृदय में, इनके हृदय में, मेरे हृदय में, और जो नास्तिक है उनके हृदय में भी भगवान है परमात्मा के रूप में। तो आपका कहने का अर्थ ये है कि कुछ लोग भक्ति कर पाते, कुछ लोग क्यों नहीं कर पाते भक्ति, वो नास्तिक क्यों रहते हैं? तो देखिए उसको हम किस तरह से समझेंगे कि देखिए, जब भगवान ने ये सृष्टि बनाई, ये सब जीव बनाए थे, बराबर, तो भगवान, जैसे कि मैंने स्टार्टिंग में आपको बताया था, भगवान के 6 ऑपुलेंस, ही इज ऑल पावरफुल, ही इज ऑल स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट, तो भगवान के पास सब शक्तियां हैं। लेकिन जब भगवान ने हमें बनाया, तो भगवान ने हमें एक फ्री विल नाम की चीज दी है। फ्री विल मतलब स्वतंत्रता। हमें बांध के नहीं रखा है भगवान ने। अगर भगवान चाहे तो हमें बांध भी सकते थे। नहीं, तेरे को रोज सुबह उठ के मंगल आरती करनी है, 16 माला नहीं 64 माला करनी है तुम्हें, भगवान जबरदस्ती कर सकते थे। लेकिन भगवान ने ऐसा नहीं किया। भगवान ने हमें स्वतंत्रता दी है और उस स्वतंत्रता के आधार पर हम निर्णय लेते हैं कि हमें क्या करना चाहिए क्या नहीं करना चाहिए। यदि समझो कोई भक्त का संग ले रहा है, जैसे कि अभी ये भक्त हमारे किरण प्रभु नए हैं, बराबर, ये भक्ति में है। अब जैसे ये आए, ये भक्तों का संग लेंगे, तो ये भक्तों का संग लेंगे तो ये आतंकवादी बनेंगे, टेररिस्ट बनेंगे? नहीं, ये कौन बनेंगे? भक्त बनेंगे। लेकिन कोई एक ऐसा व्यक्ति है जो अच्छे घर से, उसके संस्कार वगैरह सब बड़े घर से, वो अच्छे से घर से, लेकिन उसकी जो संगत है वो समझो किसी गलत फ्रेंड सर्कल में गई, तो वो आदमी कैसे बनेगा? असत्संग, वो नास्तिक बनेगा, वो भगवान को स्वीकार नहीं करेगा, भगवत गीता को स्वीकार नहीं करेगा।
बराबर।
तो ये जो फ्री विल है, इसी के कारण आज हम समाज में देख रहे हैं कुछ लोग भक्ति कर रहे हैं, अच्छे लोग हैं जो हिंसा नहीं चाहते, और कुछ लोग ऐसे कि जो संतुष्ट नहीं है और वो हिंसा चाहते हैं समाज में। ओके, समझे? ओके, और कुछ पूछना है किसी को?
नहीं प्रभु जी, नहीं।
संतुष्ट?
थैंक यू प्रभु।
संतुष्ट, ओके। तो ठीक है, अच्छा लगा आप सबसे बात करके। आपके सब प्रश्न वगैरह जो थे काफ़ी इम्पोर्टेंट थे और काफ़ी वो हेल्पफुल भी थे सबके लिए। तो जैसे कि मैंने सुना है काफ़ी बार आपके बारे में कि आपको सरप्राइज बहुत पसंद है। सरप्राइज,
अभी सरप्राइज का नाम मत लो।
नहीं, सरप्राइज मत दो।
थोड़ा शौक ही लगता है हमको।
शौक लगता है? अरे नादिया कुमार प्रभु ने तो काफ़ी सरप्राइज दिए ना आपको।
वही भारी पड़ रहे हैं अभी सब।
वही भारी पड़। ओके, ठीक है। तो ये अभी एक और सरप्राइज है आपको, वो झेलना पड़ेगा।
अरे प्रभु, नहीं 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 नहीं, अभी मत दो।
अरे सुनो, मुझे खास करके अपने नासिक टेम्पल के जो प्रेसिडेंट है कृष्णधन प्रभु, उन्होंने मुझे रिक्वेस्ट किया है कि जो अभी आने वाली जो राधा अष्टमी है, उस दिन आपका एक ड्रामा होना चाहिए उस दिन।
ओके, नौटंकी करते रहते दिन भर, क्या काम है हमको?
हाँ, बस ड्रामा करना है, सिंपल है। ओके, तो मेरे पास कई सारे ऐसे टॉपिक्स है। ओके, तो आप उसमें से चूज करो आपको कौन सा टॉपिक आपको पसंद है, आप कर पाओगे। ठीक है, जैसे कि रामायण है, महाभारत है, या फिर चैतन्य चरितामृत के लीलाओं में से भी आप कोई एपिसोड लेके कर सकते हो।
रामायण से अभी लॉकडाउन में टीवी
रामायण प्रभु जी, रामायण।
रामायण, ओके, तो ठीक है।
और नासिक के है नाम तो रामायण।
अरे हाँ, बिल्कुल, ये बात पते की बोलिए हमारे
रामचंद्र यहाँ पे आए थे।
महेंद्र प्रभु ने। ओके,
रामायण रामायण।
अरे भाई ये क्या हुआ?
मैं दुर्योधन करूंगा प्रभु जी।
ए, दुर्योधन रामायण में किधर था? वो तो चैतन्य भागवत में था ना।
नहीं, वो कृष्ण लीला में था।
रामायण में कौन था फिर?
हे भगवान, रुको, आप बैठिए, आप जो भी हो कैरेक्टर आप बैठिए। पहली बात तो ये कि दुर्योधन जो है ये महाभारत में थे, चैतन्य भागवत में नहीं थे। ओके, तो ये बात आप क्लियर कर लो। ओके, और आप जो हंस रहे थे, ये जो ट्यूनिंग थी, ये दुर्योधन जैसे हमने कहा कि महाभारत में है, लेकिन हमें रामायण का रोल करना है। तो आप जो हंस रहे थे ये
तो रावण कर लेता प्रभु।
ये रावण को बिल्कुल सूट करता है, तो आप रावण का रोल करो। ओके, तो और कोई है? और कोई आप क्या रोल करोगे?
शूर्पणखा का क्या काम था? खाली डोरे डालना था ना, तो मैं वो कर लेता हूँ।
ओके, वैसे भी आपको स्पेक्स है तो किसी को पता नहीं चलेगा आप क्या कर रहे हो। ओके, करेक्ट। ओके, आप?
मैं जटायु बनता, जटायु।
ओके, वैसे आपकी हाइट भी काफी लंबी है तो आप जटायु बिल्कुल सूट होगे। ओके, प्रभु जी, व्हाट यू विल डू?
I take the role of Sita Mata.
ओह, सीता माता। हरे कृष्णा, वेरी नाइस, गुड। एंड आप प्रभु जी?
प्रभु जी, मैं मारिच।
ओके, एकदम सूट कर रहे हैं आपको, आपके कैरेक्टर को। ओके, और आप प्रभु जी?
मैं लक्ष्मण।
आप लक्ष्मण का रोल करोगे, और आपका तो रावण हो गया फिक्स, बराबर। ओके, गुड। तो थोड़ा सा आप मुझे बताएंगे किस तरह से?
हाँ, चलेगा ना, चलेगा ना।
रोज मैं रावण कर रहा ना।
प्रभु जी, मैं मारिच।
सीते चालतेस का माझ्या लंकेत? सीते
I know only English and Tamil.
English and Tamil. Prabhu, I Ravan, you Sita. I kidnap you. Okay? Understand? Yeah. Sita, सीते
रावण मैं तुझे नहीं छोड़ूंगा रावण
जटायु
रावण
अरे 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 रुकिए 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 सब लोग रुकिए प्लीज प्लीज। ये क्या कर रहे हो आप? हमें ड्रामा करना है, कोई फिल्म मूवी की एक्शन नहीं करनी, एक्शन मूवी नहीं करनी है, ठीक है? किसी करण जौहर का यहाँ पे फिल्म शूटिंग नहीं हो रहा है। ओके बैठिए आप वापस ठीक से जगह पे। तो देखिए हम लोगों को ड्रामा करना है बराबर, और आप जो कर रहे थे ये कुछ अजब ही था। ओके आप इस तरह से करोगे ड्रामा तो मुझे आपकी शिकायत करनी पड़ेगी लीला प्रेम प्रभु से।
नहीं 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 प्लीज सॉरी सॉरी सॉरी
अरे नहीं 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 वो अच्छे आपको शिकायत करेंगे तो फिर वो आपको
ड्रामा कैंसिल ड्रामा
अच्छा नहीं 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 ड्रामा नहीं ठीक है फिर मैं नहीं शिकायत करूंगा आपकी। ओके तो देखिए आप इस तरह से अगर ड्रामा करोगे तो हमारे जितने भी यूट्यूब सब्सक्राइबर है वो धीरे धीरे कम होते जाएंगे, वो बढ़ेंगे नहीं। वो बोलेंगे ये लोग क्या कर रहे हैं। देखा जब हम ड्रामा करेंगे वो बहुत ही सिस्टमेटिक होना चाहिए, उसका स्क्रिप्ट होना चाहिए, डायलॉग्स होने चाहिए, और जो कैरेक्टर्स आपने जो ये किए वो कैरेक्टर में आपको ठीक तरह से समझ के आपको वो करना चाहिए। ऐसे कैसे हमें करना नहीं है, समझे? तो और किस तरह से करना है क्या है वो सब मैं आपको मैनेज करूँगा, ठीक है? वो सब आपको मैं बताऊँगा, डायलॉग्स क्या रहेंगे वो। तो अगले राधाष्टमी को हम सब लोग मिलकर नासिक इस्कॉन टेम्पल में रामायण का एक ड्रामा करने वाले। तो सभी से रिक्वेस्ट है कि अगले राधाष्टमी के दिन आप सब लोग इस ड्रामा का आनंद जरूर लीजिए। तब तक के लिए स्टे ट्यून्ड।
All of our previous acharyas as an opportunity to put everything else aside in this ever-changing world and be together to focus our attention on our real purpose of life. We are all eternal souls. Najayate Mariyate Vakatachet. The nature of the soul is beyond birth, beyond disease, old age, and death. The nature of the soul, Satchidananda. We are full of knowledge of our relationship with God, our relationship with others, our relationship with nature, our relationship with our own body and mind. And the very heart of that relationship is that everything in existence is ultimately for the purpose of facilitating Krishna's pleasure. Ananda is to reconnect with the infinite joy of God. Krishna's pleasure is to love and be loved. And mamaivam so jivaloke jiva bhuta sanatana. Every soul is a part of Krishna, of the same quality as Krishna. And our nature is to love and to be loved. And everyone is looking for that love. Under the influence of Maya or the illusory energy, we're trying to find that love in the pleasures of the interaction between the mind and the senses and the objects of the senses. We're desperately struggling in this world to overcome loneliness, boredom, suffering, frustration, seeking happiness. Anandamayo Vyashat. It's our nature to be happy. Krishna tells in the Bhagavad Gita that he is the seed-giving father and mother of all living beings. Krishna is Karuna Sindhu. He's an ocean of mercy. One of the qualities of an ocean is it never dries up. No matter what happens. Dry season, rainy season, the ocean never dries up. It's always full. And Krishna's mercy upon each and every living entity is forever. Whatever we do, whatever we say, whatever time we may be in this material world, that ocean of mercy is always for each of us. And Krishna tells in the Bhagavad Gita, Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyutanam dharmasya tadatmanam srijamyaham. That ocean of mercy to remind us of what we have forgotten, to give us back what we have lost. He descends into this world again and again. In the next verse of the Gita, Krishna tells, Paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya chaduskritam dharma samstapanarataya sambhavami juge juge. To annihilate the miscreants, to reestablish the principles of dharma, religion, and to protect the pious. Krishna, the Lord comes in many ways into this world. And it is described that as many as there are waves in the ocean throughout the history of existence, God has incarnated in even more ways. And by Krishna's inconceivable transcendental nature, the Lord has come in so many various forms, speaking various languages, and is coming in various parts of the world throughout history. And the very establishment of every true religion in the world begins with an avatar of the Lord. Perhaps a Guna avatar, a Shaktavesh avatar, or a Leela avatar. Of the many incarnations, Jayadev Goswami, in his Gita Govinda introduction, offers a prayer, Das Avatar, of the 10 prominent incarnations of the Lord. The Srimad Bhagavatam goes into much greater detail into so many different incarnations, and also describes the very principle that the Lord descends always to give the same message, but gives various quantities of information within that lesson, reveals various levels of understanding the supreme goal of life, and also speaks according to Kala Desha Patra, the time, the place, and the circumstance. But the goal and the purpose is always to realize we're not this body, to transcend this false ego, which is the cause of all suffering and conflict, and to understand the nature of the soul. Liberation, or the experience of total peace, freedom from all the desires and the anxieties of this material existence, is one aspect of God's teachings. It is called mukti. but the fullest and most completely satisfying of all the gifts that Krishna gives us is the liberation of Prema Pumarta Mahan. To awaken the soul's love for the Supreme Person. The word Bhagavan refers to God as a person who is the supreme source of all beauty and who is the complete whole of all beauty. Krishna is all beautiful, infinitely beautiful. Infinite means there's no beginning and there's no end. And his beauty is achintya, it's inconceivable. Because although it's infinite without end, still at every moment for all of eternity, it's growing and expanding. Krishna is the supreme source and the complete whole of all knowledge, wealth, strength, and although Krishna has all these incredibly attractive opulences, he's also supremely renounced in the sense that Krishna is conquered by the love of his devotees and is eager to give all credit to the love of his devotees. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna tells that he's the strength of the strong, the intelligence of the intelligent. He's everyone's abilities in every way. Prakriti kriyamanani guna karmani. Under the influence of the false ego, we take credit for what we could do well, unaware that actually it's just we're just borrowing a tiny little drop from the ocean of Krishna's qualities. But Krishna, who is that ocean, he loves to give credit to his devotees. In Bhagavad Gita, Krishna had Arjuna make a promise, and in order to protect Arjuna's promise, Krishna broke his own. That is described in Mahabharata in relation to Bhishma Dev. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who's an avatar of Krishna, he would say that whatever devotion I have, whatever good qualities I have, is only because of my mother, Sachi Devi, because she has given me her devotion. How is this? We're all seeking to take credit, and the only one supreme person who deserves all credit is always seeking to give it to others. That is renunciation. And that is what makes Krishna all attractive. Ishwara Parama Krishna Sachidananda Vigraha Anadiradir Govinda Sarva Karana Karana. Krishna is the supreme controller of all controllers. His beautiful body, his personality, his pastimes are eternal, full of knowledge and full of bliss. among all the various incarnations of the Absolute Truth, one time in a day of Brahma, the Lord comes in his original form of Krishna, Govinda, to perform the pastimes of the spiritual world. And in doing so, to attract all of us back home, back to Godhead, to re-enter into the eternal loving pastimes of the Supreme Lord. Janmashtami is a day more than any other day that devotees of Krishna in every part of the world are having a wonderful celebration. In some places on Janmashtami, literally millions of people come. At Sri Sri Radha Das Bihari Temple in Mumbai, hundreds and thousands of people come. In Radha Parthasarati Temple in Delhi, hundreds and thousands of people are coming to hear, to chant, to see the Abhishekam, to offer prayers, and to behold the beautiful darshan. A darshan, it's very much a once-a-year darshan. It is very specially planned for many, many months in advance. I know at Sri Sri Radha Gopinath Temple, we're a very small temple in comparison to some of these great temples. But still tens and thousands of people come. And for months and months and months, there's preparations. And the preparation itself is a celebration of Janmashtami, because devotees have an opportunity to serve together, to do something much greater than what each of us individual could do. Janmashtami is an opportunity where the joint, the Sankirtan, the interconnection of rendering service for a higher cause manifests into something that is most beautiful. At the Bhaktivedanta Manor in London, my beloved God brother friend Shruti Dharma Prabhu, Pranabandhu Prabhu would love to invite me, and whenever possible I would come. And it was just amazing. For well over a month before Janmashtami, hundreds of volunteers who work full-time jobs and take care of families, they come in the evenings for many, many hours just to organize and facilitate a beautiful festival so that so that all the devotees and all the people of the world could have fun with Krishna and be enlightened. This Janmashtami celebration was very meaningful to me, because when I would come sometimes weeks or a month in advance, and I'd see all these hundreds of people until late at night just preparing and preparing, coming from their homes, sometimes from far distances, they were just so happy. It wasn't even Janmashtami. Sometimes it was cold, sometimes it was raining. They were out in the fields digging ditches and cooking and creating parking lots and building things. And they were just such a team of hundreds. and so happy to be together because Krishna was in the center. So the celebration of Janmashtami is not just the day of Janmashtami, but the celebration of Janmashtami is in our remembrance of Krishna and in our efforts to serve Krishna's mission together. Srila Prabhupada, he took sannyas in 1959 in Mathura. He renounced the world in Mathura so that he can give his full energy to bring the glory of Mathura Vrindavan to the world. And previous to Srila Prabhupada's coming to the West in 1965, Janmashtami was celebrated in big ways in Mathura and some parts of India and in people's homes. But Srila Prabhupada inspired grand festivals to celebrate Krishna's appearance in practically every major city of the world. Because Krishna comes to bestow mercy upon the fallen souls by attracting the fallen souls to the higher happiness of his transcendental beauty and pastimes. And when devotees are preparing for Janmashtami, we're simply serving together to create an event wherein the devotees themselves and as many people of the public as possible could come to see the beauty of the Lord, to taste the prasad of the Lord, to hear the holy names of the Lord, to associate with the Lord, to be attracted by the Lord. That is Janmashtami. Last year, most of the temples in the world and our temple of Radha Gopinath, Govardhaniko village, was locked down. So we had to celebrate Janmashtami, many of us in our homes. A few people could come to the temple, but not many. And the preparations were very different. And we were thinking that this will make it even more exciting when we could all come together next year. And today marks next year. Again, we're very much locked down, but nothing can stop the flow of devotion. Where there's, because like Srila Prabhupada would say, we can be Krishna conscious and happy sitting under a tree or in a magnificent temple. The temples are opportunities for us to come together, to serve and to learn and to share. But the real temple is not just the building. The altar is not limited just to that space in the temple where the deities stand. But Srila Prabhupada explained our bodies are temples. Our life is a temple. Our heart is an altar. And as Krishna appeared in Mathura to Vasudeva and Devaki in Gokul Mahaban to Yashoda Mai and Nanda Maharaj. In the same way, Krishna will appear within our heart if we sincerely take shelter of him. Sam Siddhir Haritoshanam. The goal of all dharma, the goal of our occupation, of our religion, is to please Krishna. Janmashtami is a celebration where we put everything else aside and focus our energy together just to please Krishna. And these wonderful festivals, they establish a culture and a personal experience in individual hearts where we strive to make every day in the spirit of Janmashtami. Janmashtami 2021. I'm just thinking about when I'm in Radha Gopinath temple and there's thousands and thousands of people and devotees are so busy trying to coordinate the crowds and make special queues or lines, and devotees serve in so many ways to decorate the deities and decorate the altar. And for months in advance, they're creating souvenir magazines and trying to raise funds for the event. And on the day of the event, there's music and kirtan, and there's kathas, and there's massive cooking, and so many things are happening. It's just so busy. And it goes from early morning, Brahma Muhurta, way beyond midnight the next day. And here we are celebrating the same event with the same enthusiasm, with the same people, with the same association of devotees, just sitting in our little rooms in various parts of Mumbai and India and the whole world, through Zoom. But what makes Janmashtami pleasing to Krishna is our enthusiasm to serve, our unity with one another, and our aspiration to love him. And that is, nothing could check that spirit within the hearts of the devotees. So let us be grateful. We can think in a sad way that why is it like this? Sitting in a lonely, I'm seeing so many little lonely houses with just a few people in it. On some screens, I'm just seeing one person with a white wall behind them. And this is not the way I see you usually at Radha Gopinath Temple. But let us be grateful, because the spirit of gratitude for the opportunity to remember Krishna and be with devotees in any way, in any form, is what will please Krishna. And that's at the heart of Janmashtami, our desire to please Krishna. As Sridhama Prabhu was saying, it was exactly 50 years on this day, Janmashtami 1971, that I was on a third-class train going en route from Varanasi to the Himalayas. On the way in Varanasi, I was at the Kashi Vishwanath temple, weeping, crying, and praying to Lord Shiva, please show me my path, show me my guru, show me my true purpose in life. I committed myself to try to exclusively give my heart on the path toward God. But there were so many paths and so many teachers. And I wanted to know what I was supposed to do. And there I was at Kashi Vishwanath, and there were bells ringing and so much noise and people pouring milk on Lord Shiva's form and the pujaris, just kind of pushing people from side to side. And it was, I remember there was a lot of commotion, but I was just sitting in a little corner, just praying. And it's wonderful how even if you are all alone in the most peaceful environment, if one's mind is agitated, then there's no peace. But even in the most crowded and undisciplined crowd, where there's so much noise and so much pushing and everything, if we're seeking a connection with God in that situation, it's more peaceful than a forest. And there was a great lesson that day. I felt in my heart Lord Shiva assuring me that yes, your desire will be fulfilled. And I was thinking it will happen in Amarnath, where I'm going to worship him in the Himalayas. But then the train was stopped and there was monsoon rains and the train was in a field for 24 hours at least, and then somehow or other it moved. And I crawled out a window just to get some water and air at the station, and the train left without me. And where am I? It was Mathura on Janmasthami. And some sadhus brought me to the Janmastan. And there were, I don't know, there were tens and thousands, hundreds and thousands of people there. And there were dramas, and there was plays, and there was music, and there was kirtans, and there was dancing. And the darshan was just in this little underground cell, which was, in those days, the only temple of Krishna. Was one person at a time practically could go down into this underground cell, just a single line, and to see, the prison where Krishna was born. And it was quite chaotic. And I was accustomed to living in caves, so I was thinking, this is very different. But it was wonderful. And at midnight, everyone went to Vishram Ghat, to the Dwarkadish temple. And there I saw a temple that's not so big. Perhaps 1,000 people could fit in it comfortably. And there were tens and thousands of people all pouring in, and nobody could stop anyone from entering. The police were trying to beat people back with sticks. But ultimately, it was like trying to stop a monsoon rain with a stick. People were just pouring in, and I just couldn't believe how many people could fit in one place. And everyone was just so eager and so happy. It was extremely hot. It was literally pouring torrential rain. In fact, the whole area of Mathura that day was flooded. to get from the Janmasthani to Vishram Ghat, everybody was going down streets, and the streets, the water was up to your waist, and it was rushing very hard. And still, there were tens and thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people, just one big queue from the Janmasthani all the way down these streets, and the rain was pouring on us, and the water was, and everyone was just happy. And then when you go to that temple, it's so hot and so humid, and there's no air to breathe, and there's so much commotion and so much noise and so much pushing and so much shoving. And everybody I saw looked so happy. Everyone was happier and more peaceful than the yogis in the Himalayan caves, even in this situation, because they were grateful that they could be there to make an offering to Krishna. Just coming was a very costly offering to Krishna. And I heard so many people talking about Vrindavan, and I didn't know what is Vrindavan, but I decided the next day I'm just going to walk to Vrindavan. And by Krishna's grace and by Lord Shiva's blessing, I found, or let us say, Radharani and Gopinath's mercy. The path I was meant to follow was revealed. And then while living in Vrindavan, Srila Prabhupada came, and Srila Prabhupada found me. I remember when I was living in Vrindavan, it was the second time I met Prabhupada. I first met him at Cross Maidan in Mumbai, which was the time of my spiritual conception. And then my spiritual birth was in Vrindavan when Srila Prabhupada returned. And then in Bombay, I admired him as a saint. But after spending time with him in Vrindavan, I really desired to surrender my body, mind, words, and life to serve him as my guru. So 50 years ago today, that apparent accident was stranded in a lonely railway station in the dark of night. It opened the doors, be in the association of all of you, and to serve all of you. It is really a lesson of life. Everything really is connected. Because every spirit soul is spiritually connected. And every event is either connectly God's grace through karma or directly God's grace through mercy. Things beyond our control, maybe pain, sorrow, or sometimes situations come that bring, and we never want to lose it, but then we lose it. But at other times we gain something else. All of these situations ultimately, every experience of every moment of life, and for a devotee, we just look back, was ultimately leading us to Krishna. And when we see through this perception, which is reality, ungrateful for, we can feel gratitude even if somehow or other we recognize that they're leading us to Krishna. Janmasthami, when we prepare ourselves, our seva, our satsang, our association, to offer our hearts, our love, our lives to Krishna. And Krishna appeared in such a way to attract us to come to him. Jadeham punar janma naiti mam. Krishna tells in Gita that one who understands the transcendental nature of my appearance and activities never takes birth again in this, but attains my supreme abode. Simply by developing a taste for chanting his holy names, by understanding and appreciating that there's no greater wealth than the servant for the pleasure of the Lord. We can please Krishna. Daivi yeshu gunamai mama maya duratya. Mame vamya papadyante maya meta tarantite. This material nature is very difficult to overcome. Unanimously, everyone in this world can agree on that. We may have so many disagreements, we may have so many ideologies, we may have so many ideas in our life, but nobody can disagree with the idea of the hardships of life. But Krishna tells one who takes shelter of me can cross beyond it all. Mayadhyakshena prakriti suyate sacharachara. Krishna is the ultimate controller of Maya. By Krishna's mercy, he can pick us up. He can lift us up. He can attract our hearts. And how does he do that? By coming to this world, revealing his holy names, empowering his beloved devotees, appearing in the form of the deities, and by performing wonderful pastimes. And by hearing these pastimes with faith and enthusiasm, our attraction for Krishna comes. Shrinvatam swakata Krishna punja shravana kirtana. And when we develop a taste for hearing about him, Krishna is pleased and gives himself to us. That is bhakti. No matter how much we struggle to renounce the distractions of this material world, ultimately we will be overcome. This was shown in the history of the great Vishwamitra Muni. But later on, Vishwamitra Muni learned the lesson. If we just surrender to Krishna, to Rama, then we can easily cross beyond this ocean of material existence. Samsara davana ladita loka. The material world is like a blazing forest fire, but the Guru is carrying the rain showers of the mercy of Krishna. The mercy of the Guru is that the Guru teaches us and extends to us the great shower of mercy that's coming from Krishna. Srila Prabhupada, who is the Guru for all of us, he is the founder Acharya of ISKCON, and I like to think founder means many things. One thing is he found all of us. He's the founder of all of us. Somehow or other, he found us in this material existence, and when we find something, we pick it up and keep it. And somehow Prabhupada has found us as the founder and delivered us to Krishna. And for that, it takes so many millions of births to have this opportunity. Let us be grateful. Just a few days ago, our beloved devotee, Murari Hari Prabhu, passed away. He's one of the senior most original devotees of Radha Gopinath Temple. I'm remembering him from long ago and how, over all these decades and years, his enthusiasm to serve Radha Gopinath and the devotees was always so strong. Beautiful family. Let us pray for him. I'd like to speak something about the description of Krishna's appearance within this world. I will share some of the great pastimes, philosophy and information that has been revealed to us by Srila Vedavyas in the Srimad Bhagavatam and the Haribamsa, and by Srila Jiva Goswami in Gopal Champu. Jiva Goswami begins by describing Maharaj Vrishni. His descendant was Devamnidha, who was a great king of the Vrishti dynasty. He married a Kshatriya wife and also a Vaishya wife, and had 2 sons, one from each. The Kshatriya was Surasena, and the Vaishya was Parjanya. There's a great glorification of Parjanya. For his entire life, he was a pure devotee of Lord Hari. His life and soul. He had such wonderful devotional qualities, such pure character, and such great compassion. The testimony of one's connection to God's love is one's character. And the heart of character is one's compassion to others. Parjanya was the emblem of love and compassion. He married Varyasi, and together they moved to Mahaban, Gokul, just across the river Yamuna from Mathura. And there Parjanya and Varyasi were made the king and queen of Brajbhumi. Parjanya and his good wife had 5 children. Upananda, Abhinanda, Nanda, Sunanda, and Nandana. Of the 5 children, the middle child, Nanda Maharaj, was especially endowed with divine qualities. They all were liberated, enlightened beings. But even among liberated, enlightened beings, Nanda Maharaj was so special. From his early childhood, just by being in his presence, people felt complete shelter. When he came of age, Nanda Maharaj was married to the daughter of a Gopa and Gopi Patala Devi and Samukha. Their daughter's name was Yashoda. When Yashoda Mai was born in this world, there was prosperity everywhere. Just her name means that in her presence, fame, wealth, joy, happiness, enlightenment, everything good comes. And after some time, the source of all those characteristics was going to be born from her. So Yashoda and Nanda Maharaj, they lived together with their families in Gokul. And Parjanya and Varayasi, they decided that it was time to retire, to go to the forest and exclusively dedicate all their hearts and lives in remembrance and the service of the Lord. They planned a coronation ceremony to establish their eldest son, Upananda, as the king of Braj. Everybody from all over Vrindavan and Braj Bhumi came for this ceremony. It was something so important and so joyful. With Brahmins chanting mantras and appropriate rituals from his heart of heart, Parjanya conferred upon Upananda the position, the role of the king of Vrindavan. Upananda then did something that was quite inconceivable. He said to Parjanya, I accept this role of being the king. But now, with love in my heart, I am giving my kingship to my younger brother, Nanda. Nobody knew what to say. He said that to be happy in this world, we're dependent on affection. Affection is dependent on good qualities. Good qualities are dependent on high values. And one who has high values expresses it through the integrity of actions and words. And there is no one with more integrity, with more compassion, and with more love than my younger brother, Nanda. And then he did a ritual and coronated his younger brother as king. It all happened so fast. Nanda Maharaj was very shy. He didn't know what to say. He had no aspiration for this role. He was completely content just serving his elder brother. Meanwhile, Parjanya and Varayasi, they, upon seeing the love between the children, their hearts were flooding with happiness. What could bring more happiness to a mother and father than seeing true love and respect of their children for each other? Seeing that Nanda Maharaj was very shy and quite speechless to accept, even though it was already done, Upananda, he said that everyone in the kingdom loves Nanda Maharaj and Yashoda. Why? Because of their pure love for all of us. I am completely dependent on the shelter of Nanda Maharaj. So why shouldn't the whole of Braj Bhumi find shelter in the leadership of Nanda Maharaj? I can feel that my decision is very pleasing to Narayan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Because just look, Nanda Maharaj, just look. Every one of the Brijabasis, their eyes are like thirsty honeybees drinking the nectar of your beautiful lotus form. And with these words, Nanda Maharaj, to serve the Brijabasis, to serve his elder brother Upananda, he accepted. And he became Brajendra, the king of Braj. And there was such a great celebration. Everyone was filled with joy. Nanda Maharaj declared that you may make me the king, Upananda, but I'm always subordinate to you. And Upananda said, I'll be your minister. And whenever you call for me for advice, I'll give you advice. And for the rest of their lives, every single advice that Upananda ever gave to Nanda Maharaj, he took it as his life and soul. Yashoda Mai and Nanda Maharaj, the way they led the Brijabasis, everyone felt so much shelter, so much happiness. Everyone loved each other. Because Yashoda and Nanda loved everyone so dearly. Their example was so exemplary. The nature of Vrindavan is everyone loved each other. Everyone respected each other. Everyone served each other. Every class of human beings, the cows, the peacocks, the birds, the bushes, the trees, everyone was united by the wonderful love and compassion of Nanda and Yashoda. There was no reason to be unhappy. But still, every single living being in Vrindavan was unhappy because the years were passing and Nanda and Yashoda had no child. And they knew that Yashoda Mai wanted to be a mother and Nanda Maharaj wanted to be a father. And they knew the role of the king is to provide children to lead others for the future. Whatever made Nanda and Yashoda happy made everyone happy, and what made them sad made everyone sad. This was the beautiful interconnection of everyone's hearts. So Upananda, he gathered together all the senior Gopas and discussed the matter. And they decided to attract the mercy of the Supreme Lord Narayan by performing various pujas and elaborate sacrifices. And in every other way, they were fasting and trying to attract the mercy of the Lord. Meanwhile, nothing was happening. Srila Jiva Goswami describes the reason nothing was happening is because the Lord wanted to show that It's only through love and devotion that he appears. All of the external rituals that we may perform, they are only ways of facilitating and developing love and devotion, but it's only the spirit of love that attracts Krishna. And it was at that time that Nanda Maharaj approached Yashoda. He said, I had the most wonderful dream. In my dream, I saw this beautiful little boy, a baby boy. His complexion was dark like a monsoon rain cloud. His eyes were like fully blossomed lotus petals. His nose was like a beautiful little sesame flower. His hair was beautifully blackish, curling around his moon-like face. His every limb was so charming. His lips, red like the bimba fruit, were smiling upon me. I completely fell in love with this little child. He completely captured, stole my entire life. I'm in love with this child. And then I saw this little child on your lap, Yashoda. He was playing on your lap. And I saw that you were feeding your motherly love through the milk of your breast to this little boy. I long for this child to be our child. Yasoda Mai said to Nanda Maharaj, I had the exact same dream with the exact same child, just according to your every description. But I was too shy to tell anyone. And Nanda Maharaj said, I will not be able to live without this boy being our child. And Yashoda Mai said, me too, but I believe that this child is Lord Narayan. How could we possibly qualify ourselves? It's not possible, but still we cannot live. We must be the mother and father for this child. And Yashoda Mai said, for the next year, on every Dwadasi, let us make offerings of love. As the year was passing, every single moment for 24 hours a day, the love in anticipation and separation for this little baby they saw in their dream was increasing. Meanwhile, in Mathura, there was the marriage of Vasudeva and Devaki. It was a glorious festival. There was marching bands and there was kirtans and everyone was dressed very opulently and there was dancing and there was so many brahmas singing beautiful prayers and mantras. And after the marriage ceremony, there was going to be a procession where Vasudeva was bringing his new wife, Devaki, to his home. Devaki's cousin brother, Kamsa, was feeling very emotional by the experience. On his beloved sister's marriage, he wanted to please her. Even though he was such a powerful person, he wanted to take the role of the chariot driver to personally escort his sister to her new home. So they boarded this chariot, and this even made the festival more jubilant for everyone. They boarded this beautiful, magnificent chariot. As Kamsa was riding the chariot down the road, a divine voice thundered from the sky. Kamsa, you are a fool. The 8th child of the lady that you are carrying is going to be the cause of your death. Kamsa became so fearful and so arrogant. Immediately, he grabbed with his mighty hand. It is described that Kamsa, each one of his arms was more powerful than 10,000 elephants. And these are elephants of the Dwapar Yuga. He grabbed his frail sister by the hair with that mighty hand, and then drew his massive shining sword. He lifted the sword above his head with the intent, with all of his power, to sever the head of his sister. The sword was up ahead, and he was just coming down when Vasudeva, he jumped between the sword and Devaki. He pleaded with Kamsa, please do not kill your sister on the most auspicious and happy day of her marriage. Vasudeva pleaded with Kamsa. He tried to somehow or other reach some sentiment or emotion in his heart. When that didn't work, he spoke philosophy. Profound philosophy about the nature of the life, the nature of the soul, the nature of karma. How infamous he will be forever for killing his own sister on her marriage day. Stop this atrocity. Kamsa's eyes were radiating red with anger. He was breathing very heavy. He was intent on killing his sister. Finally, when all else failed, Vasudeva made a vow that you have no danger from Devaki. She loves you. She always has. Your danger is from her child, her 8th child. I promise you, I will, any child that's born of Devaki, I will personally deliver to you. The power of Vasudeva's integrity. Even such a wicked, envious, corrupt person as Kamsa knew that Vasudeva would never go back on his word. Kamsa said yes, and he let them go. Not long after, their firstborn child was born. His name was Kirtiman. And Vasudeva brought Kirtiman to Kamsa and said, according to my promise, here is my child. Kamsa's heart melted. He said, actually, Vasudeva, I have no danger from this child. It's the 8th child. You take him home and be happy. Afterward, Kamsa met with his ministers, and they spoke in so many ways to influence his heart to be evil to his own sister. at that moment, just to accelerate the appearance of the Lord and to serve the higher purpose of Krishna, Narada Muni appeared at the palace of Kamsa. And even though Kamsa was so much an asura, still he took pride in being a religious man. He externally, whenever it served his own purposes, he was cultured and religious. When Narada Muni came in, Kamsa offered his obeisances. He sat him in a high seat. He washed his feet. He made so many offerings. His purpose was not to love God. His purpose was to have good luck and blessings to serve his own goal to exploit and to be victorious over others. After the formalities, Narada Muni said to Kamsa, I just overheard a meeting of your enemies, the demigods and the sages, your worst enemies. They are intent on destroying you. And I heard their plan. They were talking about Mother Earth, Bhumi, who came before Lord Brahma in the form of a cow. Because a cow is the mother for all living beings, and according to the dharmic principles is always to be protected. The cow was weeping tears of sorrow and compassion as she explained how all humanity and all living beings on the earth planet are the children of Mother Earth. And how Bhumi Devi is providing every type of facility for the purpose of helping people to become enlightened and to love Krishna by offering what she's giving them in loving service of the Lord. That's Bhumi's purpose, her internal reason. But she said, there are tyrants and rulers who are exploiting my resources, plundering everything I'm giving, creating all sorts of pollutions, and causing great pain and torture to all living beings. And fighting over who could control something. They're having wars. And my body is soaked with the bloodshed of all these people who are motivated by envy and greed, lust, anger, and illusion. Lord Brahma, along with all the major demigods, they took Bhumi Devi to the shore of the ocean of milk and offered prayers to Lord Vishnu. They Purusha Shukta, among other wonderful prayers. Then the Supreme Lord, from within Brahma's heart, he spoke. And Brahma gave the message to all the others that the Lord understands what is your dilemma and he is already decided and preparing to come to the earth to fulfill all of your desires. The Lord wants you to help him. You should take birth in the Yadu and Vrishni dynasties to prepare for the Lord's arrival. Narada Muni told a story. He said, the Lord is coming to kill you. There's a whole plan. He said, Kamsa, I want to tell you one other thing. In your previous life, your name was Kalanemi, and Lord Vishnu killed you. And now he's coming back again to kill you. So any one of Devaki's children could be the Lord coming to kill you. I just wanted to give you this information. And then Narada Muni Bhajaya Vina Radhika Ramana Name. Then he, playing his Veena, he departed. Hearing these words, Kamsa was outraged. Immediately he had Devaki and Vasudeva arrested, put in an underground prison, shackled by heavy iron chains. And every child that was born right before the eyes of the mother and father, Kamsa ruthlessly crushed them to death. Haribamsa explains, how is it that Kamsa was the son of Ugrasena, who was a great devotee, and Padmavati. Padmavati was a very pious, devoted queen, and Ugrasena was a great Vaishnava. The story that there was a very greedy, powerful, lusty mystic who was named Drumala. And he wanted to sensually enjoy the queen Padmavati. By his incredible mystic powers, he took the form that exactly resembled Ugrasena Maharaj. And he came together with Padmavati. And while they were in the process of enjoying with one another, at that intimate moment, Padmavati could recognize, this is not my husband. She became very alarmed because she was a perfectly chaste, faithful, pure-hearted girl, lady. She said, who are you? How dare you? He said, my name is Drumala. Padmavati was so angry that she cursed him. And upon being cursed, Drumala became even more angry. And he said, oh, you dare to curse me? Well, I give you this curse, that the child that I have just put in your womb will be Kamsa. He will be so evil, so powerful, so greedy, so arrogant, so violent, that he will terrorize the entire world, and he will be the cause of the greatest misery for you and your husband. Padmavati was simultaneously angry as fire and brokenhearted and weeping. And she cried out, I curse you, that the Supreme Purusha, Parama Purusha, the Lord of all lords, will incarnate in this world and he will kill your Kamsa. And that is how Kamsa became the son of Padmavati and Ugrasena. In his previous life as Kalanemi, we read in the Srimad Bhagavatam, there was a great battle and Kalanemi attacked Lord Vishnu with so much hatred. He was riding on a lion and he lifted up a mighty trident and threw it toward the head of Garuda, the Lord's devotee. And Lord Vishnu, who was on the back of Garuda, very quickly he caught the trident and threw it right back at Kalanemi. A lesson of how karma works. If we cause harm to others, inevitably, it's just a matter of time till it comes back to harm us. If we hurt others, it will come back to hurt us. And if we do good to others, it will come back. This is all happening by the Lord's arrangement. Kalanemi was killed. Then Sukracharya, who was something like the guru for the asuras, he chanted special mantras and made special medicinal potions and did certain types of rituals and brought Kalanemi back to life. And now Kalanemi had such deep-seated hatred for Vishnu. He performed severe austerities to Lord Brahma and got benedictions that in his next life he would conquer all directions. And now he was Kamsa. In the prison cell of Mathura, Vasudeva and Devaki had 6 babies. And each of the babies, as soon as they were born, their very soft, fragile bodies were lifted by the mighty hands of Kamsa and smashed against rocks for a bloody death. Horrifying. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur gives insight that why would Narada Muni subject Vasudeva and Devaki to this situation? Narada Muni has such a higher complete vision. It is explained herein that there was a sage named Marichi, and Marichi represents the mind. He had 6 sons. Those 6 sons, one time they witnessed that Brahma, somehow or other, he came under an illusion and approached his own daughter, Vak, and she ran away. And upon seeing this, the 6 sons of Marichi laughed. The Lord wanted to demonstrate, however great we are, the power of illusion is so great. Unless we're taking shelter of the Lord, taking shelter of the association of the Lord's devotees, and taking shelter of our sadhana, very carefully, very diligently, that we can be diverted. Srila Prabhupada explained that practicing Krishna consciousness in this material world is like a razor's edge. If we're not careful, there'll be blood. Srila Prabhupada said, the problem with all of you is you do not have appropriate fear of Maya. Because if we have that appropriate fear of Maya, we don't become paranoid, but we understand the necessity of taking shelter of Krishna for strength. Anyways, because of this Aparadha Brahma, who's the greatest devotee, the 6 sons of Marichi took birth as the grandsons of Hiranyakashipu. When they grew a little older, they went out to perform tapasya and got benedictions. When Hiranyakashipu discovered that they were doing tapasya and getting benedictions and they were worshiping somebody other than him, he became furious. How dare you worship anyone but me? How dare you do anything without my permission? I curse you. You will be killed by your own father. Their father was Kalanemi. So these 6 great souls, the sons of Marichi, they didn't want to be the sons of Kalanemi or grandsons of Hiranyakashipu. They just wanted to go back to their original abode. They were devotees. And by Narada Muni's influence, when the curse was fulfilled and Kamsa killed them, their eternal souls went back to their heavenly abodes. But now something was different. What was different was they got the association of being in Devaki's womb for so many months. They were in the association of Vasudeva and Devaki. And in that association of having the motherly love of 2 such great Paramhamsa Vaishnavas, they became completely purified, pure devotees, and attained the perfection of life. After the 6 had been removed, then Lord Balaram, the original spiritual master, appeared within the womb of Devaki as the 7th child. The nature of the spiritual master is prepare for the coming of the Lord. When we approach a spiritual master, a guru, the guru, and we submit ourselves with humility and a desire to serve and please. Yasya prasada bhagavat prasada. When the guru is pleased, then the instructions he gives us takes root within our heart. And our hearts are prepared. Lust, anger, envy, greed, arrogance, and illusion. These are the 6 enemies. The 6 little children who were in Devaki's womb represented these 6, the Sadgarbhas, the 6 enemies of the soul. Devaki's womb represents bhakti, and Kamsa represents a healthy fear of material nature. When one has a healthy fear of material nature and takes shelter of the path of bhakti, then lust and envy and anger and greed and arrogance and illusion are removed from our hearts. That's a liberated state, but it's not enough. It's something like, I'm going to use a very gross example. Do you remember when in school they used to use chalkboards? Well, if some very, very nasty students came in at night and wrote all kinds of terrible things on the blackboard, when the class came in the morning, they were seeing all those terrible things. And the first thing the teacher does is she erases everything that was there. What is the use of a blackboard that has nothing on it? But unless you erase all the nasty things, you can't really write something that's useful. So in the same way, by the mercy of the spiritual master Balaramji, all of the negative things are erased from our hearts. But then the Guru teaches us through the devotional service process how to engage in a positive purpose in pleasing the Lord. So Balaram came now to create the most loving atmosphere of the spiritual world in Devaki's womb. He just infused her womb with his love for Krishna, with his compassion for all living beings. And the combination of Balaram's all-pervading love within her womb and Devaki and Vasudeva's love, that womb became irresistibly attractive place for Krishna to take shelter. How wonderful. Krishna is the ultimate shelter and the only shelter for all living beings. And yet he's taking shelter of the love of his devotee. Around the same time, in Gokul, Purnamasi arrived. When she arrived, all the leading Brijabasis were still having their meetings to try to resolve the problem that Nanda and Yashoda still had no children and nothing seemed to be working. But when they saw this elderly lady who was so effulgent, with such good qualities, they came out to greet her. They asked, "Who are you?" She introduced herself as Purnamasi. She is the disciple of Narada Muni, the mother of Sandipani Muni, who later was Krishna's guru and Balaram. And the little boy that was with her was named Madhu Mangal. He was a son of Sandipani Muni, the grandson of Purnamasi. She said, "I've come to give you a blessing. The blessing that you are all longing for. Very soon, Nanda and Yashoda will have a child. This child will give the ultimate happiness to all the residents of Vrindavan and will give the ultimate happiness to the entire world." They were so happy. They begged Purnamasi to stay in Vrindavan. And they made her a very beautiful little hut on the bank of the river Yamuna, where she remained. And she became like the motherly guru for all the residents of Vrindavan from that time. Shortly after Rohini arrived in Gokul, Nanda and Vasudev, they had a friendship, a brotherhood of such respect and trust and love for each other. When Vasudev was in prison, his wife Rohini was 7 months. I'm sorry, she was 3 months pregnant. She was 3 months pregnant. And Vasudev sent her to be in the shelter and care of Nanda and Yashoda. When she arrived, Yashoda and Rohini became like one soul in two bodies. They were so intimately united in loving friendship. Krishna called Yogamaya and told Yogamaya, your instruction is to transfer the child from the womb of Devaki, Balaram, to the womb of Rohini in Gokul. And I want you to become the daughter of Yashoda. It was midnight in the 7th month of her pregnancy when Rohini Devi had a dream that the child within her had died. She woke up and she saw that she was no longer pregnant. There was no child in her womb. She felt very sad. At that moment, Yogamaya spoke to her that I am your original child, Balaram. I am transferring him from the womb of Devaki into your womb. And his name will be Shankarshan because he's uniting the two families. Rohini Devi is the eternal mother of Balaram. The child that was within her womb originally was an expansion, and they merged together, and the original Balaram was now in her womb. Soon after this, Krishna appeared in a wonderful vision to Nanda and Yashoda simultaneously. And this took place on the full moon in the month of Magh. They both saw a beautiful boy, the same boy that they were dreaming of for the last year, the same one that they were longing for to be their child. And behind this little boy was a girl. Nanda Maharaj and Yashoda shared what they both experienced. That the little boy and girl entered into Nanda Maharaj's heart. And Nanda Maharaj's heart just overflooded with love. And that overflooding of love caused the boy and the girl to be transferred to the heart of Yashoda. And the little girl entered Yashoda's womb. From that day, Yasoda Mai manifested symptoms of pregnancy. And every day, day by day, she was growing little bigger. And when the news came to all the residents of Vrindavan, they were filled with joy and filled with anticipation for the birth of the son of Yashoda and Nanda. Yashodamai and Nanda Maharaj, they were so effulgent with joy. The child that they surrendered their hearts to with pure parental love was now personally present within the womb of Yashodamai. I'm a sannyasi. What do I know about being pregnant? But can you imagine the ecstasy of having Krishna in your womb for 9 months? And Krishna simply, even in the womb, Krishna was fully reciprocating with the ecstatic love of Yashoda. And she was feeling that, and her love was increasing, and his love was increasing, and her love was. This is Vrindavan Leela. The 14th month of Rohini's pregnancy, on a full moon night or day, she gave birth to Balaram. It was just about a week later, 8 days later, the Astami, the 8th day from the full moon, that Krishna was born. But during those 8 days, when Yashodamai would hold Balaram on her lap, he would come close and feel the presence of his beloved Krishna just on the other side of Yashodamai in her womb. And Balaram's happiness, literally, like the root of a tree when it's satisfied, every part of the tree becomes satisfied. Balaram's happiness, being so close to Krishna, infused the entire Braj Bhumi with bliss. In Mathura, at midnight, Krishna, who was in the womb of Devaki, simply appeared outside of her womb. There was no type of giving birth as we know it in this world. He was inside and he just appeared outside in the air. This newly born Krishna was in the form of Narayan. He was fully dressed with lovely robes and garlands, kostubamani, crown. He had 4 arms holding the symbols of the lotus flower and the club and the conch shell and the chakra. And he illuminated the prison cell. Vasudeva and Devaki, they understood. They had parental love for their child, but they were fully aware that he's the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They bowed down to him and offered wonderful prayers. Devaki expressed to the Lord, even though she saw he's the almighty source of everything that exists, still, she had the mother's love for a child. That inconceivable combination is something extraordinary. She said, "My Lord, I'm afraid for you. If Kamsa sees who you really are, he'll come to harm you. Please change your form to be an ordinary baby so that we can hide you." And Lord Narayan, he blessed Vasudeva and Devaki and gave the instruction, when I take the form of a baby, Vasudeva, bring me to Gokul, Mahaban, and exchange me for the little child of Yashoda, and bring that little girl back here. Meanwhile, Yogamaya is in the womb of Yashoda. And by the Lord's will, Yogamaya did something wonderful. Krishna, who was in Yashoda's heart, just appeared outside of her heart and was an ordinary little infant baby looking boy laying on the bed on the side of Yashoda Mai. This is a difference between the nature of the love of Nanda, Yashoda, and Vasudeva and Devaki. Nanda and Yashoda, they were tinged with our Aishwarya Bhav. They understood the majesty. They had parental love for their child, but they understood his majesty and had a certain respect in that way. But Krishna, he was just a little infant with no clothes. He looked so helpless. There was no conception for Nanda Yasoda except he was just their little boy, helplessly dependent on their motherly and fatherly love. When Krishna was born, exactly at the same time, midnight, it was in the midnight hour that Krishna was simultaneously born in Gokul to Nanda and Yashoda and in Mathura to Vasudeva and Devaki. But by Yogamaya's influence, Yashoda Mai was sleeping. She didn't even know she had a son. He was just laying beside her. Yogamaya, she came out from the womb of Devaki, and invisibly, like a wind, she carried little baby Gokulananda Krishna across the Yamuna to Mathura. She brought that little baby, Yashodanandan, Nandanandan, into the prison cell and set him down. And at that moment, the form of Narayan merged into the little baby Gopal. The original Supreme Personality of Godhead, Govindam Adipurusham Dhammaham Bhajami, is Krishna. And Narayan is an expansion. Narayan entered into his complete and full manifestation of Gopal. Vasudeva picked up little Gopal. Suddenly, the chains around his body came off. All the doors to the prison opened. And all the guards and everyone else in Mathura fell asleep. This was the first time in years that Vasudeva had the opportunity to be outside. And he's holding his little baby, Gopal. Some of you are experiencing what it's like at this time of the year. There was a massive monsoon rain storm that night. And Vasudeva, he was walking through this torrential rain. But Balaram, who prepared everything for the womb of Devaki, for Krishna to come, is always preparing everything. He appeared as Anantashesha and took the service of an umbrella so that Vasudeva and Gopal would not be touched by a drop of rain. When they came to the river Yamuna, the Yamuna was flooding. The waves were very, very ferociously swirled, not ferocious, but they were very rapidly swirling. How is it possible for Vasudeva to cross it with a baby in his arms? By the mercy of the Lord, Yamuna Devi became completely peaceful. And there was a pathway only up to Vasudev's waist where he could cross. As he was going across, somehow or other, the waves started swirling, a wind came, and little baby Gopal fell into the Yamuna. It was practically pitch dark. The waves were swirling. Vasudev was desperately trying to find his son. His fatherly Vatsalya Ras was increasing limitlessly in his anxiety to find his little baby. Was the child drowning? He couldn't see. He was just looking to it, but the river was flowing and winding in whirlpools, and he couldn't find little Gopal. And Srila Prabhupada, in his explanation of this pastime, he says that the Yamuna wanted to embrace Krishna. And Krishna wanted to be embraced by Mother Yamuna Mai. So he fell into her embrace. And after that beautiful, loving relationship between Yamuna and baby Gopal took place, then Krishna appeared within the hands of Vasudeva again. He embraced his little boy and crossed the river and came to the maternity house where Yashoda Mai was still sleeping. In fact, everyone in Gokul was sleeping. Nobody knew Vasudeva had come. Vasudeva came to the bedside. He placed little Gopal back where he originated, on the side of Yashoda. And meanwhile, Yogamaya went back into the womb and came out of the womb and was born as Krishna's little sister. And she was laying in the side of Yashoda. Vasudeva made that exchange and brought Yogamaya back to Mathura. In the prison cell, Devaki was so happy. This little baby girl, the daughter of Yashoda. How special that was. All the doors of the prison on their own locked by the power of Yogamaya. The shackles came back on their bodies. Everyone woke up. Yogamaya cried. Immediately, the word was sent to Kamsa. Because during the pregnancy of Krishna, Devaki and Vasudeva were so effulgent, Kamsa knew for sure, this is the child that has come to kill me. So Vasudeva was living in total absorption and hatred toward Krishna. He was so fearful. When he would go to sleep, he would dream of Vishnu coming to kill him. When he was eating, he was just seeing Krishna coming to eat him in his food. When he would look at the sky, he would say Krishna coming down from the sky to kill him. When he would look in any direction, he was seeing Vishnu coming to kill him. So Kamsa was very Krishna conscious, but in a very negative, unfavorable way. But he was absorbed. And now the moment had come. The child was born. Kamsa immediately rushed down to the prison cell and went to grab the little baby girl from Devaki. Devaki was desperately crying that Kamsa, this is a girl. You have no danger from a girl. You've killed all my other children. Just let me be the mother for this one little baby girl. I beg you, I plead with you. With his mighty hands, Kamsa ripped that little baby child out of the arms of Devaki, lifted him over his head, about to dash her to death on a rock. But as he was holding his hand up, ready to come down, the baby slipped out of his hands. She was a newborn infant. Many of you have seen at Bhaktivedanta Hospital, I see sometimes what a baby looks like when they're only an hour old. Yogamaya was just born about an hour before. She was just a tiny little infant baby girl, so tender. And here Kamsa was about to crush her against a rock, but she slipped out of his hands and went into the air and manifested her form of Durga, with 8 arms, carrying celestial weapons, riding on a lion. Kamsa was stunned. She said, Kamsa, the child that is going to kill you is already born somewhere else. Stop killing babies and causing suffering to others. Then Durga disappeared. Kamsa was very sobered. He released Devaki and Vasudeva from their chains, released them from prison, and begged for forgiveness. He tried to be philosophical about all of his atrocities to try to justify it, but he was also begging forgiveness for all the pain and suffering and death that he created in their family. And Vasudeva and Devaki, so gracious, from the core of their hearts, they totally forgive Kamsa. Meanwhile, when Kamsa met his ministers, they again caused fear in his hearts, and he became more evil, more violent than ever before. But in Gokul Mahavan, the morning had come. Yasoda Mai, she slept through everything. When she woke up, she saw little Gopal laying at her side. Yashoda Mai, for the first time, looked into the beautiful face of Gopal. His irresistible charm completely enchanted the love of her heart. With such tenderness, she held little Gopal in her arms and just gazed into his beautiful moon-like face, his lotus eyes, his wonderful complexion, his beautiful smile. The all-attractive, supreme source of all beauty in all spiritual and material worlds was fully manifesting his beauty as a newborn infant child in the arms of Yashoda. She cried. She cried the ecstasy of motherly love, the supreme ecstasy. Yashoda's motherly love is the complete whole and source of all motherly love. Who can imagine? We know the complete surrender and devotion and feelings of love a good mother has for her baby child. Srila Prabhupada said, it's the purest form of love in all of material creation, is the pure love of a mother for a child. It's a love of total giving. That motherly love is just an infinitesimal spark, part and parcel of Yashoda's love. And we know how completely, when we say it's an infinitesimal part and parcel of Yashoda's love, that's not minimizing it. It's actually maximizing it. To be a part of Yashoda's love is limitless. It's enormous. It's incredible. Well, can we imagine the culmination of all motherly love and billions and trillions infinitely beyond that is the feeling that Yashoda Mai was having as she was gazing at Gopal. Her heart was totally melting in the ecstasy of prema. And Krishna was reciprocating by revealing himself to Yashoda as being completely helpless, vulnerable, and totally dependent on her care and protection. And he did that only to increase her motherly love. Rohini Devi, she came and she called for a very pure and pious Brahmin lady. She was dressed in white, and Rohini, she said to the Brahmin lady, go to the Goshala where Nanda Maharaj is now milking the cows, and give him the message that his son is born. This Brajavasi lady, she was overwhelmed. What a benediction she was being given to tell Nanda Maharaj and to tell all of Vrindavan that the child that they've all been waiting for, praying for, longing for is born. In great ecstatic love, that Brajavasi went to the Goshala. She was so overwhelmed with joy that she was speechless. She couldn't say a word. Upananda, Abhinanda, Nanda, Sunanda, and Nandana, and all the other cowherd men who were present, they all looked at her and asked, why have you come? She couldn't speak, but just seeing her, their hearts were stirring with the ecstasy of the anticipation of what she would say. And finally, she said, Nanda, your son is born. Please come. He's waiting for you. Nanda Maharaj and the cowherd men, upon hearing this loving message, they began to dance like peacocks at the time of the first rain after a long, hot drought. And Nanda Maharaj was so excited, so much anticipation of seeing his child, the child he's been longing for. He went to his house and took his bath and put on nice clothes. And then he was trying to rush to the place where Yashoda and Gopal were laying. But he became like so excited, in ecstasy, he was paralyzed. He was trying to rush as fast as he could, but he couldn't even move. But somehow or other, he found himself just outside the room where Yashoda and her child was laying. His anticipation was soaring. Yashoda Mai picked up little baby Gopal and placed him in the hands of Rohini and said, "Please carry him to his father." Nanda Maharaj was watching it all as Rohini Devi, the mother of Balaram, with her loving hands, she put Gopal into the arms of Nanda Maharaj. Nanda Maharaj was weeping in spiritual joy. As he gazed upon little Gopal, he was thrilled in surrender. Surrender. This is the nature of love. The nature of the love of Vrindavan. It's expressed through a total surrender for the pleasure of the Lord. The word spread, and all the Brijabasis, the Gopis and the Gopas, they came just like various rivers coming to the ocean. All the Brijabasis were streaming to the house of Nanda and Yashoda. There was a great festival, Nandotsava. The first darshan, every Brijavasi, as soon as they saw Gopal Krishna, they loved him as their own child. That is how Krishna reciprocated with them within their hearts. Even the Brijabasis who had children, they loved their children more than anyone could possibly love children, but still they loved Krishna infinitely more than their own children. Krishna was Nanda and Yashoda's, and in being Nanda and Yashoda's, Krishna is ours. That little infant baby Gopal, smiling, he became in the heart the child of every single Brijabasi. The Brahmins came to perform the various samskaras. One is to chant mantras in a special way with rituals and cut the umbilical cord. But they couldn't find an umbilical cord. There simply wasn't one. But by Krishna's Leela Shakti, they didn't want him to think he was. Krishna just charmed them so much with his beauty that they totally forgot about the whole ceremony and didn't even recall that he didn't have an umbilical cord. And they never remembered it either. That was Krishna's beauty. All the Brijavasis to celebrate Janmasthami, Krishna's appearance, they dressed in the best of all their clothes. And they were all beautifully giving in charity. They were singing, dancing, musical instruments playing. They were embracing one another. They were gazing upon the beautiful form of Gopal. They performed the Abhishekam, where to bring blessings upon Gopal, they bathed him with all sorts of auspicious items, with chanting and dancing. They decorated the cows, they decorated all of Vrindavan, they decorated the animals. And with the treasure of Braj Bhumi, a cowherd community, they were taking the best of yogurt and milk and butter and ghee, and they were very lovingly splashing it on each other as they were dancing and singing to celebrate the appearance of Krishna. Shri Nandanandana, Shri Yashodanandana, Shri Brajanandana, Shri Vrindari, Shri Gopinath, Rasavihari, the Supreme Lord appears within this world. The most glorious of all festivals that have ever been celebrated in all of existence was the Nandotsava in Sri Gokul Mahaban. The celebration of Krishna's appearance. And by Krishna's own divine arrangement, by Srimati Radharani's divine grace, our beloved Guru Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada, appeared in this world on Nandotsav. It's interesting because Krishna lived within this world. He performed his pastimes for 125 years. And tomorrow, Nandotsava will be the 125th anniversary of Srila Prabhupada's appearance. So it's a very sweet meditation that from the time Srila Prabhupada appeared up until tomorrow was the same exact duration of time that Krishna performed his leelas in this world. And Srila Prabhupada came to this world for one purpose: to invite everyone who is willing to accept the invitation into Gokula, into the spiritual world of Vrindavan, to celebrate. Traditionally, in all cultures, when someone we love has a birthday, we want to give them the best wishes and the best gifts. Usually little children, when they have birthday parties, it's a very special festival for the mother and father and all the friends, and everyone gives gifts to the child. And ultimately what makes a birthday special is only one thing: it's the love. And all the gifts are just ways of expressing love. And to the degree there's a substance of love in the gifts, it's actually satisfying to the heart of a child. And I'm just remembering Dwarkadish Prabhu and Sri Dhamma Prabhu's father. Every year without fail, I knew for sure he would come to my room, and with a big smile on his face, he would say, "Today is my birthday." And he was just so happy because he just wanted to be loved. I would try to find the best gift I had for him and just give him my love. So a birthday is a time to offer our love. A birthday is a time to give pleasure to the person who we're celebrating for. And in its in its purest and fullest form, we have Janmashtami, the birthday of God. God is unborn, but yet takes birth within our vision just so that we could celebrate. Srila Prabhupada explains philosophically that the sun is never born and never dies. The sun is not born at sunrise and it doesn't die at sunset. It simply comes into our vision. And in a similar way, the supreme, unborn, undying Lord, he appears within a horizon of the world to manifest himself. And at sunset, aprakata. He's still there with us, always, but simply unmanifested. We may not see with our eyes, but for a devotee, we could feel in our heart. So on Janmashtami, it's a day which just gives such a beautiful opportunity for us to come together to individually and collectively offer Krishna the gift, Premadana, the gift of our devotion. Bhaktiyamam abhijanati yavanyashtasmi tattvata. It's only by devotion that we can know Krishna in truth. So we have these celebrations because Krishna can only be known by devotion, and he comes to this world so that he could be known. So this is a wonderful festival of love, which is so much an important part of the
Saraswati Devi Gaura Saraswati Devi Gauravani Prachar Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Vashatya Deshatarine Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktabinda Jayo Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavrinda Jaya Radha Madan Gopal Radha Madan Gopal Radhe Jayo Radha Madan Gopal Radha Madan Gopal Radhe Jaya Radha Madan Gopal Radha Madan Gopal Radhe Jayo Radha Madan Gopal Radha Madan Gopal Radhe Jayo Radha Madan Gopal Radha Madan Gopal Radhe Jayo Radha Madan Gopal Radha Madan Gopal Radhe जय श्री राधे श्री जय राधे जय श्री राधे प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय प्रभुपाद। तुलसी बाके बिहारी लाल की जय। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा सब लोग आइए। कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा गाइए साथ में। हरे राम 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 हरे हरे।
सब गाइए, एक साथ गाइए।
जोर से। हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे। हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे। हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे। हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे। हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। कृष्णा हरि बोल। जोर से तालियां बजाइए। कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे हरे। हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे। हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा राधे। कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे हरे। हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे। हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे। हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Radhe
Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare
राधे
जय राधा मदन गोपाल राधा मदन गोपाल राधे
जय राधा मदन गोपाल राधा मदन गोपाल राधे
जय गौरनिताय गौरनिताय
गौरनिताय
जय गौरनिताय
जय गौरनिताय 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 जय गौरनिताय
प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद
जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 प्रभुपाद
जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद
जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 प्रभुपाद
युग धर्म हरिनाम संकीर्तन की श्री कृष्ण जन्माष्टमी महामहोत्सव की
जय
बोलो श्री कृष्णचंद्र भगवान की, नंद के लाला की।
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Gaur Hari Gaur.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, राम राम हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे राम 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 हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे राम
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे राम राम हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे
कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे राम राम हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Rama Rama Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Rama
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Radhe Shyam
Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama राम राम हरे हरे
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
जय श्री राधा मदन गोपाल ललिता विशाखा देवी की जय राधे जय कृष्णा जय वृंदावन श्री गोविंद गोपीनाथ मदन मोहन
जय राधे जय कृष्णा जय वृंदावन श्री गोविंद गोपीनाथ मदन
जय राधे जय कृष्णा जय वृंदावन श्री गोविंद गोपीनाथ मदन मोहन
जय राधे जय कृष्णा जय वृंदावन गोविंद गोपीनाथ मदन
श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन कालिंदी जमुना जय जय महावन
श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन कालिंदी जमुना जय जय महावन
केशी घाट वंशी वदन द्वादश कानन जहाँ सब लीला कोइलो श्री नंद नंदन
केशी घाट वंशी वट द्वादश कानन जहाँ सब लीला कोइलो श्री नंद
श्री नंद जशोदा जय जय गोपगण श्री दामादि जय जय धेनु वत्सगण
श्री नंद जशोदा जय जय गोपगण रामादि जय जय धेनुवत्सगण
जय वृषभानु जय कीर्तिदा सुंदरी जय पौर्णमासी जय अभिरनगरी
जय वृषभानु जय कीर्तिदा सुंदरी जय पूर्णमासी जय अभिरनगरी
जय जय गोपीश्वर वृंदावन माझ जय जय कृष्ण सखा बटु द्विज राज
जय जय गोपीश्वर वृंदावन माझ जय जय कृष्ण सखा बटु द्विज राज
जय राम घाट जय रोहिणी नंदन जय जय वृंदावन वासी जत जन
जय राम घाट जय रोहिणी नंदन जय जय वृंदावन वासी जत जन
जय द्विज पत्नी जय नागकन्या गण भक्ति ते जहार पाइल गोविंद चरण
जय द्विज पत्नी जय नागकन्या गण भक्ति ते जहार पाइलो गोविंद चरण
श्रीरास मंडल जय जय राधा श्याम जय जय रास लीला सर्व
श्रीरास मंडल जय जय राधा श्याम जय जय रास लीला सर्व
जय जयोज्वल रस सर्वरस सार पर किया भावे जहाँ रजते प्रचार
जय जय ज्वाला रसा सर्वरस सार परखिया भावे जहाँ भजते प्रचार
श्री जाना विपाद पद्म कोरिया स्मरण दीन कृष्ण दास कोहे नाम संकीर्तन
श्री जन विपाद पद्म कोरिया स्मरण दीन कृष्ण दास कहे नाम संकीर्तन
श्री जाना विपाद पद्म कोरिया स्मरण दीन कृष्ण दास कोहे नाम संकीर्तन
श्री जन विपाद पद्म कोरिया स्मरण दीन कृष्ण दास कोहे नाम संकीर्तन
हे जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन श्री गोविंद गोपीनाथ मदन मोहन
जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन श्री गोविंद गोपीनाथ मदन मोहन
जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन श्री गोविंद गोपीनाथ
जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन श्री गोविंद गोपीनाथ मदन मोहन
जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन
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 श्री गोविंद गोपीनाथ मदन मोहन
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 जय वृंदावन 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 जय वृंदावन
जय वृंदावन 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 जय वृंदावन
जय वृंदावन 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 जय वृंदावन
वृंदावन वृंदावन वृंदावन जय वृंदावन
जय राधे श्याम राधे श्याम राधे श्याम जय राधे राधे
जय राधे श्याम राधे श्याम राधे श्याम जय राधे राधे
जय राधे श्याम राधे श्याम राधे श्याम जय राधे राधे
जय राधे श्याम राधे श्याम राधे श्याम जय राधे राधे
जय राधे जय राधे जय राधे जय श्री राधे
जय राधे जय राधे जय राधे जय श्री राधे
जय राधा मदन गोपाल राधा मदन गोपाल 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 राधे
जय गौरनिताय 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 जय गौरनिताय
जय गौरनिताय 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 जय गौरनिताय
प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद
जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद
गीताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल
हरि बोल
गीताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल
हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल
गीताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल
हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल
जय श्री श्री राधा मदन गोपाल ललिता विशाखा देवी की जय श्री कृष्ण जन्माष्टमी महामहोत्सव की जय श्री श्री निताय गौर सुंदर की जय शिल प्रभुपाद की जय अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की जय निताय गौर प्रेमानंदी हरि हरि बोल।
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare, Hare.
Everybody. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama, राम राम हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे
हरि बोल
हरे राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे
हरि बोल
हरे राम 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 हरे हरे
कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे राम 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 हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे राम 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 हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
सब बोलिए, एक साथ बोलिए।
हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा
कृष्णा
कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे हरे
हरे बोल
हरे राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे
हरे राम हरे राम Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Nanda Yashoda Dulal Girivaradhari Gopal जय जय नंद यशोदा दुलार गिरिवरधारी गोपाल जय जय नंद यशोदा दुलार गिरिवरधारी गोपाल 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 मदन गोपाल 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 जय नंद यशोदा दुलार गिरिवरधारी गोपाल जय जय नंद यशोदा दुलार गिरिवरधारी गोपाल 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 हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे गोपाल 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 मदन गोपाल 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 हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे राम हरि बोल सब बोलिए हरि बोल हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Everybody.
Hare Ram Rama Rama Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 और हरि बोल। सब बोली, एक साथ बोली। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे।
कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे।
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे।
कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे,
हरे राम हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम हरे हरे।
कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम राम हरे हरे।
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे।
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे।
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे।
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे।
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम राम हरे हरे।
हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
बोलिए
हरे
कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम
राम हरे हरे
कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम
हरे राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे बोलिए कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Bol.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
हरे कृष्णा। जिन भक्तों के दर्शन हो चुके हो बाहर जा सकते हैं, जिन दर्शनार्थियों के दर्शन हो चुके हैं वो बाहर जा सकते हैं। हरे कृष्णा। Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Jai Jai Shri Radhe, Jai Jai Shri Radhe, Jai Jai.
हरे कृष्णा. ज्या भक्तांचे दर्शन झाले आहे त्यांनी कृपया बाहेर जावे आणि कृपया मंदिर प्रशासन आणि पोलीस प्रशासनास सहकार्य करावे. सर्व भक्तांना विनंती आहे की ज्यांचे दर्शन झाले आहे त्यांनी लगेच मंदिराच्या बाहेर जायचं आहे. सर्व आपल्या मंदिरातले रेग्युलर भक्तांनी सुद्धा ज्या ज्यांच्या सेवा आहेत त्याच्यामध्ये जावं आहे. टेम्पल हॉलमध्ये कोणी थांबू नका.